Hey everyone, and welcome to Nighttime Stories. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're watching from. I always love seeing how far these stories reach. Now, get comfortable and relax. It was the sound of my daughter's voice that woke me up. "Milo, Dad, wake up." Her voice was hushed but persistent. A soft tug on my arm followed, then another. I blinked into the darkness of my bedroom, the shadows still thick around us. A faint bluish glow from the streetlights outside crept through the crack between the curtains. My daughter, Lily, stood beside my bed in her oversized pajamas, her hair tousled from sleep. She looked frightened. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and sat up halfway. "Lily, what's wrong, sweetheart?" She fidgeted, eyes darting toward the door. "There's something in the kitchen." I frowned and reached for my phone to check the time. The screen lit up, 3:15 in the morning. "A nightmare?" I asked gently. "Was it another bad dream?" She shook her head. "No. I woke up from one, yeah. But after that, I couldn't sleep. So I checked the pet cam. I saw something, Dad." "The pet cam, of course. A few weeks back, I set up a little camera in the kitchen for our dog, Murphy. Lily loved that dog. She missed him terribly when she stayed at her mom's place. Ever since the divorce, she bounced between us like a tennis ball, and I did everything I could to make her feel safe and connected here. The pet cam was one of those little comforts. It had night vision, two-way audio, even a treat launcher that Lily loved using. I figured she'd probably opened the app and seen Murphy pacing in the dark, his eyes glowing in that eerie greenish light the cam used. It would be enough to scare a half-awake 10-year-old. "Okay," I said, forcing a smile. "Let's take a breath. Murphy's probably just sniffing around. Maybe he knocked something over. You know how clumsy he gets." She didn't look convinced. "It wasn't Murphy, Dad." Her voice was shaking. "He was in his bed the whole time. I saw something else. It walked past the camera and blocked the screen." That made me pause. She wasn't prone to exaggeration. Sensitive? Sure. Since her mom and I split, she'd been quieter, more cautious. But Lily never lied just to scare herself. Before I could say anything, we both heard a sound. A soft creak, far off from somewhere downstairs. She jumped. I tensed. The house was old, late 1960s, with wooden floors that groaned when the wind shifted. But that sound had weight to it, like something was really down there. I swung my legs out from under the blanket and stood up. "Stay here," I said. I grabbed the baseball bat leaning in the corner of the room, a leftover from my younger years when I played for a local amateur league before real life got in the way. It was still solid, still had heft in my hands. I padded barefoot across the room and peeked down the hallway. Everything was still, too still. "Lock the door behind me," I whispered to Lily, who nodded, then closed the door with a quiet click. I descended the stairs slowly. Each step creaked just a little, no matter how lightly I placed my feet. I had the bat raised slightly, just in case. The hallway downstairs stretched long and narrow, lit only by moonlight pouring through the sidelight windows near the front door. The air felt colder than it should have. The kitchen door was ajar. I pushed it open, bat ready, heart racing. The room was mostly dark, but faint light from the microwave clock spilled across the floor, casting warped shadows. Murphy was sitting in his bed by the fridge, completely still, not sleeping, not wagging his tail, just sitting, ears rigid, staring at something across the room I couldn't see yet. My skin went cold. I took a step into the kitchen, and that was when I noticed something strange. The back door. It was wide open. The wind wasn't blowing. Nothing had rattled. The lock was strong, new even. There was no reason for it to be open like that. "Murphy," I whispered. His ears twitched, but he didn't move. His gaze didn't leave that same fixed point. Then I saw it. Near the middle of the tile floor, just past the small dining table, were tracks. Damp, smudged marks left behind by something that had walked across the room. Not boot prints, not even paws. They looked like hooves, split, narrow, and too small to belong to anything I knew lived in the woods behind our place. "Jesus," I muttered. That's when I heard the stairs creak behind me. I spun around. Lily stood at the threshold, arms folded tightly, her face pale as snow. "You shouldn't be down here," I said quickly, lowering the bat. She shook her head. "It's already inside, Dad." A chill trickled down my spine. "What are you talking about?" She pointed at Murphy. "He hasn't blinked since I looked at the camera. His eyes are rolled up." I turned back toward the dog. The kitchen light was dim, but enough to see it clearly now. Murphy's eyes were pure white, glossy, unblinking, like someone had flipped a switch inside him. My voice cracked. "Lily, go upstairs, now." She didn't move. "There's something wrong, Dad. It doesn't want just the house." And then she whispered, barely audible, "It wants you." I wanted to tell Lily she was wrong, that she was just scared, that nothing wanted me or her or anything else in this house, but the words wouldn't form. Not because I didn't want to lie to her, but because part of me wasn't so sure it would be a lie. The air felt heavier than before, the kind of weight that pressed into your chest and made it hard to breathe. I hadn't even realized I was holding my breath until I exhaled sharply and took a slow, cautious step forward. My bare feet stuck slightly to the kitchen floor where the prints had trailed in from the back door. They weren't wet anymore. They had started to dry, leaving behind faint smudges and streaks on the tile. "Lily," I said quietly, not turning around, "go back upstairs and wait for me. Lock the door." "No," she said. Her voice trembled, but her feet stayed planted. "If something's in here, you can't be alone." I finally turned to face her. She was gripping the railing of the stairwell so tightly her knuckles were white. I didn't have it in me to argue. I wanted her to feel safe, and maybe staying close helped her more than isolation would. Still, I couldn't let her come further into the kitchen. "Then stay right there. Don't move a step. Promise me." She nodded. I could see her lip quiver, but she didn't cry. I was proud of her for that, braver than I would have been at her age. I slowly walked past Murphy, whose eyes were still rolled back, his body so still I wondered if he was even breathing. I didn't dare touch him. I looked down at the floor again. The prints didn't just come in from the open door. They went further, across the kitchen, then into the hallway, and past the living room entrance. "Dad," Lily whispered, "where is it now?" I didn't answer. I didn't know. That was the worst part. The house was silent again. Too silent. Not even the distant hum of the fridge. It was like everything inside the walls had paused, waiting. I moved to the back door. The night outside was dense and black, the kind of darkness that didn't come from the absence of light but from something thicker, something with weight. I closed the door softly, but I didn't lock it. I didn't want to make any noise. Then I followed the trail. It was faint now, but the smudges were there. They curved through the hallway and into the living room. I paused just before the threshold. I couldn't see anything in the room from where I stood. The hallway light didn't reach far enough. I whispered back to Lily, "Go to my phone, call the police, tell them someone's broken in." "But what if it's not a person?" she whispered. "Then they'll still come," I said. "Please, just do it." She nodded and backed slowly up the stairs. I listened to her quiet footsteps until they faded. Then I stepped into the living room. It smelled wrong. The air had a faint metallic edge, like old pennies and mildew. The couch was pushed slightly out of place, one corner lifted as if someone had leaned on it too hard. I moved slowly around it, keeping the bat raised, my eyes flicking to every shadow. Nothing. The room was empty, but the feeling wasn't gone. That pressure, that awareness of being watched, was worse in here. I turned to check behind me and froze. There was a figure at the bottom of the stairs. I couldn't see it clearly, just the outline, like the darkness had gathered itself into a shape. It was tall, not freakishly so, but taller than I was. Broad shoulders, a narrow face. No detail beyond that, just the suggestion of something standing there, its edges flickering like heat haze. "Lily," I breathed. But she wasn't there anymore. The figure didn't move, it didn't speak, it just stood, like it had always been part of the house. I took a step forward, my voice came out in a rasp. "What do you want?" No answer. Then the hallway lights flickered, a slow pulse of brightness and shadow. I blinked once, and the figure was gone. "Lily," I called, this time louder. I dropped the bat and ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time. The bedroom door was closed. I tried the handle. Locked. I knocked. "Lily, it's me. Open the door." There was a pause, and then the soft click of the lock. She opened the door just enough for me to slip in, then shut and locked it behind me. "You saw it too," she said. I nodded. "Where were you?" "In here," I called. "They said they'd send someone, but it might take time. There's a storm nearby and a power line is down." Of course there was. I moved to the window and pulled the curtain aside just enough to peek through. The street was empty, not a car, not even the usual cat from next door that prowled at night. Then, as I watched, every streetlight flickered out at once. We were plunged into total darkness. "Get away from the window," I said. Lily backed up toward the closet. We sat on the bed together for what felt like hours, listening to the sounds of the house breathe, the occasional creak, the groan of wood contracting in the cool air. At one point, we heard Murphy bark once, sharply, from downstairs, then silence. The power didn't come back. The police didn't arrive. But the darkness outside never faded either. It was like time had stopped. Eventually, Lily leaned against my arm and whispered, "Dad, it's still out there, isn't it?" I didn't answer her right away. I just wrapped my arm around her and held her close. I don't think it ever left. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have, because I woke up to Lily shaking me. The room was still dark, completely, impossibly dark. Not even a thread of moonlight came through the curtains, and my phone screen stayed black no matter how many times I tapped it. I tried the bedside lamp. Nothing. The power was still gone. "Dad," Lily whispered, clutching my sleeve. I heard it again. My pulse kicked up as I sat upright. The bed creaked beneath me. Heard what? It was downstairs, something dragging, like it was moving furniture, and footsteps. I swear I heard them on the stairs. I didn't doubt her. I felt it too. That cold weight in the air. The quiet that was too still to be natural. I pulled her close and listened. Nothing now. But silence in this house didn't mean safety. I reached under the bed and grabbed the flashlight I kept for power outages. It was an old one, heavy, with a thick metal frame. When I clicked it on, the beam cut through the dark like a sword. We both flinched, because in the far corner of the room, something moved, just for a second, a flicker, something tall and narrow pulling away from the wall. I shined the light directly at it. Nothing there. Only the dresser, the mirror above it, and our own reflection. But even that didn't look quite right. My reflection was where I expected it, but Lily's was just slightly off, as though the mirror had caught her at a different moment. Her reflection was staring directly at me, even though her real eyes were fixed on the corner. Her reflection's mouth was open, lips parted in a silent scream. I flicked the flashlight away, then back again. Everything looked normal. "Don't look in the mirror," I said, my voice barely more than breath. Lily didn't ask why, she just nodded. We stayed in the room for another half hour, barely speaking. At some point I noticed the temperature had dropped again. My breath hung in the air like smoke. I put my ear to the wall, just listening. The house was breathing, not literally, of course, but that was the only way I could describe it. It inhaled in long, groaning creaks, and exhaled in clicks and soft pops, like the bones of something ancient. Then a new sound, slow and deliberate. One step. Another. And another. On the staircase. Lily grabbed my arm, and I held her tight. We sat completely still, listening to the steps make their way up to the second floor. Then they stopped. right outside our door. I flicked the flashlight off. We waited. I could hear my own heartbeat. I could hear Lily's shaky breathing, and something else, just under the surface of it all, a whispering, not words, not quite. Just the sound of something trying to speak without lungs. The doorknob shifted. It didn't turn. It didn't rattle. It just tilted slightly, like it was breathing too, like it knew we were watching. Then came the knock. One soft knock. Then silence. I turned the flashlight back on and pointed it at the door. No shadow under it, no movement. Eventually we heard footsteps again. They moved away, back down the stairs. I didn't follow them. I didn't want to know where they went. That night passed like that. Quiet moments stretched thin between the sounds of something moving where it shouldn't be, scraping along the walls, whispers behind the air vents. A soft thudding from inside the linen closet. I didn't sleep again, neither did Lily. We sat on the bed with the flashlight on, jumping at every new creak or moan from the house. Just before dawn, the darkness outside shifted, not in a way I could see, but in a way I could feel, like a hand finally pulling back. I checked my phone, still dead. But the flashlight hadn't dimmed. That alone felt unnatural. Eventually, I got up. "Stay here," I told Lily. "I'll check the rest of the house. If anything happens, you lock the door again." She nodded, pale-faced and exhausted. I stepped into the hallway, bat in one hand, flashlight in the other. The upstairs was empty. The floor felt cold against my feet, even colder than before, like frost had settled under the wood. The stairs groaned as I made my way down. Nothing met me at the bottom. The living room was untouched, so was the kitchen, except Murphy was gone. His bed was there, his chew toy next to it, but he wasn't. I called out softly, careful not to be too loud. No answer. I checked under the table, behind the couch, in the laundry room. Still nothing. I opened the back door. Outside, the first weak light of morning had begun to stretch across the yard. The world looked normal again. No sign of tracks, no sign of Murphy. I should have been relieved, but the emptiness felt wrong, like the house had swallowed something and was satisfied for now. I made a quick loop through the rest of the house. No broken windows, no signs of forced entry, but in the bathroom I found something strange. The mirror had fogged over. No one had used the shower. There was no heat to cause condensation, but the glass was misted. And in the mist, a single word was traced out. "Welcome." I wiped it away and stepped back. My hand trembled, but I forced myself to breathe slow. This wasn't over. Whatever had come into the house, it hadn't left. Not really. Back in the bedroom, Lily hadn't moved. I told her the house was clear for now, but that we'd stay in the room until it was fully light. She didn't argue. We just sat on the edge of the bed, both of us watching the door, waiting for the sun. By the time it rose fully, something in the house seemed to ease. The walls creaked less, the pressure lifted. But I knew it was just resting. It was still here. It was just waiting for night again. The sun finally broke over the trees around 8, and with it came a kind of calm, like something exhaled and let go of our house. The heavy silence lifted just enough for us to move without feeling like we were waking something. I opened the curtains wide, even cracked a window to let in the cool breeze. Anything to chase out what had settled in during the night. Lily didn't say much. She curled up on the couch with her knees pulled to her chest, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the television even though it was off. I didn't know what to tell her. I didn't know what to tell myself. Nothing in me could explain what had happened. The open door, the footsteps, the way the power just gave out for hours. And Bella. She was still gone. I'd walked the perimeter of the backyard that morning with the leash in my hand, calling her name again and again, even checking the neighbor's yard and the small wooded area at the end of our street. Not a sound. Not a bark. Nothing. By noon I made a decision. I needed to check the camera footage. I hadn't thought to look at it in the chaos of the night, but we had a small security system installed when we first moved in. Just 2 cameras, one pointed at the back patio, one at the front porch. They weren't exactly high-end, but they'd caught a few raccoons tipping our trash bins before, good enough to spot movement. If someone had come in or gone out, there was a chance it caught something. I opened the app on my phone. The footage loaded slowly, like it didn't really want to show me anything. The timeline bar jittered and glitched a little, but I scrubbed it back to around 2:30 in the morning and pressed play. The backyard was still, blanketed in shadow and soft blue moonlight. For the first couple of minutes, nothing moved. Then Bella appeared. She padded into view from the right side of the frame, tail stiff and head low. Her posture wasn't right. She looked alert, wary. She paused by the center of the yard and stared toward the trees. Then she growled, not loudly, but you could see the tension in her stance, her ears pinned back. She was warning something. Something that wasn't on camera. She growled again, then took a step back. Then, suddenly, she turned and sprinted off camera, toward the far side of the yard. The footage glitched, and when it resumed, the yard was empty. I fast-forwarded. For another 5 minutes, nothing changed. Then, without warning, the porch light flickered once. I paused, rolled it back, and watched again. The porch light clicked on and off, even though the power in the house had been out. The light should not have worked. And as the screen flickered, a shape appeared at the very edge of the frame. Not a person, not quite. It was tall, thin, too tall. The angle only caught the back of it, or maybe the side. But its arm, or what I think was its arm, was too long, jointed in a way that didn't make sense. The shape moved past the camera in a jerking, insect-like motion, then disappeared from view. I paused the video and just sat there staring at the screen. My hands were shaking. I didn't show Lily, not yet. I didn't even save the clip. Instead, I got up and checked every door and window in the house. Again. I'd already done it that morning, but now I double-checked the locks, triple-checked them. I looked for any gaps under the back door, any windows that didn't seal right. I even pushed furniture in front of the basement door, which we never used anyway. I wasn't being paranoid. I wasn't overreacting. Something had come into our house the night before, something that wasn't supposed to exist, and I had a bad feeling it wasn't done with us. Lily didn't want to eat lunch. She said her stomach hurt, and honestly, mine wasn't doing much better. I made her some toast and tea anyway, and sat with her at the kitchen table while she picked at the bread without touching it. Around 3 in the afternoon, I got a knock at the door. I flinched. Lily's eyes went wide. She dropped the toast. I slowly stood up and went to the front window. I peeked through the curtain. It was our neighbor, Mrs. Callahan. She lived 2 houses down, early 60s, very proper, always walked her little terrier in the morning with a thermos of tea. We'd spoken maybe a dozen times since I moved in, nothing deep. Just pleasant waves and neighborly hellos. But her face now looked pale, off. Something in her eyes looked dim, not blank, just dimmed, like her light was half shut off. I opened the door a crack. "Hi, Mrs. Callahan. Everything okay?" She smiled, or tried to. It didn't reach her eyes. "I just came to see if everything was all right with you and your daughter," she said, her voice too cheerful, too even. "I thought I heard some noises last night, strange ones. Just wanted to check in." I blinked. She never came by, ever, not once, not when the wind blew our trash cans down her drive, not when the mail mixed up, not even during the worst thunderstorm we had last summer. "We're fine," I said. "Thanks for checking, though." She nodded. "Good, very good." Then she hesitated. "You might want to close your blinds tonight and leave the lights off if they start to flicker. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't, but it can't hurt." I stared at her, trying to read her face. Then she turned and walked away. I shut the door, slowly, and locked it. The rest of the afternoon crawled by. I kept the TV on but muted, just to fill the air. Lily curled up on the couch again, and I joined her. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? That night, I didn't let her sleep alone. I brought blankets into my room and made a spot for her on the floor next to the bed. She didn't argue. She didn't even question it. She just lay down and curled up tight. I left the flashlight beside me, and I kept a hammer under the pillow. At 10:15, the lights flickered once. At 10:16, the bedroom door creaked open, even though I had locked it. But there was nothing on the other side. Nothing I could see. Only the soft sound of something breathing. And then silence. I do not know how long I lay there listening. The breathing outside the door had stopped, but I could not bring myself to move. Lily was still asleep on the floor beside me, her small frame tucked under a mountain of blankets. She had not stirred, not even when the door creaked open. I stayed frozen under the covers, eyes wide open, staring into the dark hallway beyond the crack in the door. Nothing moved. There was no shadow, no sound. Just the stillness of a house holding its breath. When I finally sat up, my body ached from staying tense for so long. I reached over, slowly, and closed the bedroom door. Then I pushed the chair in front of it again. Not that it would do much, but it gave me something to do, something to control. I slid the flashlight off the nightstand and clicked it on, bathing the room in its soft yellow glow. Still no sound. I leaned over and gently shook Lily. Her eyes fluttered open. For a moment she looked confused. Then she saw the flashlight and the closed door and sat up with a frown. "Is it morning?" she whispered. "Not yet," I said quietly, "but I think it's gone." She nodded slowly and curled back up under the blanket. She did not ask what I meant. I think she knew, or maybe she was too afraid to ask. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. I kept the flashlight on, sitting at the edge of the bed, waiting. I counted the minutes until dawn. When the sunlight finally crept in through the curtains, it felt like stepping out of a nightmare and back into something like reality. I waited until the sun was fully up before I moved. I let Lily sleep. She needed it. I went downstairs and walked through the house slowly, checking every room. The front door was still locked. The windows were still shut. But something about the air felt off. It was colder than it should have been. The way it gets right before a thunderstorm, that weird pressure on your skin, the feeling of static in your hair. The kitchen looked untouched. The chair was still where it had fallen the night before. The back door was closed. I checked the lock. It was secure. I do not know how it had opened before, but it was shut now. Bella was still missing. I called the police again. I told them my dog was lost, and that I had reason to believe someone may have been on our property. The woman on the other end of the line sounded disinterested, but she said someone would swing by in the afternoon to take a look. When I asked if they could review the footage, she told me unless there was a crime, they had no reason to investigate. I did not mention the shape on the camera. I did not mention the breathing. I just said thank you and hung up. Lily woke up around 9. She came down the stairs slowly, holding the railing tight, her eyes still puffy from sleep. I made her pancakes and hot chocolate, trying to act like everything was fine, but she barely touched the food. "Are we safe?" she asked softly. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to smile and hug her, and tell her there was nothing to worry about, but I could not. I just looked at her for a long time and said, "I think so, for now." We stayed in the living room most of the day. I pulled the curtains closed and turned the lights on. It felt safer that way, like maybe if we could not see out, nothing could see in. Around noon, the police car finally arrived. A young officer stepped out, looking like he had just come out of academy training. He knocked politely and introduced himself. I invited him in and explained the situation, keeping things vague. Lost dog, strange noises, maybe someone prowling around. He asked to see the yard. I showed him the backyard, the trees lining the fence, and the spot where Bella had last been seen. He asked if there were any recent animal sightings. Coyotes, raccoons, wild dogs. I said no. Then he asked something that made my stomach twist. "Has your daughter been having nightmares?" I stared at him. He continued, "We get calls like this sometimes. Families around this area, usually with kids around your daughter's age, they start hearing things, seeing things. Most of the time, it turns out to be nothing. Stress, overactive imaginations, bad dreams." I wanted to tell him he was wrong, that it was not stress, that what we had seen, what we had heard, was real. But I did not. I just nodded and thanked him for coming. He left 10 minutes later, no real help offered. Lily came into the kitchen as I watched his cruiser pull away. She held something in her hands. "Dad," she said, "I found this upstairs, in the attic hatch." She handed me a small envelope, old, yellowed with age, the kind of envelope that crunches when you touch it. My name was not on it. In fact, there was nothing written on it at all. I opened it slowly. Inside was a photograph. It showed our kitchen, a grainy black and white photo, clearly taken decades ago. The counters were different, the wallpaper floral and faded, but it was unmistakably our kitchen. And in the center of the photo, standing in front of the open back door, was a tall, thin figure. Its face was blurry, too blurry. The rest of the photo was fine, but its face looked like it had been smeared by a wet thumb. One hand was resting on the edge of the door. The other stretched toward the camera. I turned the photo over. There was something written in small, cramped handwriting. Letting him in was the mistake. I stared at it for a long time, unsure if I was even breathing. That night, I did not bother trying to sleep. I sat by the window, flashlight on my lap, eyes on the tree line at the edge of the yard, and waited. The following morning, I decided we were done, pretending things were normal. I sat Lily down and told her the truth. Not every dark and twisted detail, but enough to make her understand we couldn't stay here much longer. I needed time to figure out our next step, and she needed to feel like she had a say in what happened. She didn't cry or argue. She just nodded and said, "Okay, Dad." After breakfast, I packed a small bag with essentials. Enough clothes for a few days, some toiletries, and whatever food I could easily grab. My plan was simple. We'd stay with my sister upstate for a bit. She'd offered before, and now I was ready to take her up on it. But before we left, I had to do something. That photo Lily found, of the kitchen, the door, and the figure, I couldn't stop thinking about it. It didn't make any sense. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to hide that photo in the attic hatch, and if what the note on the back said was true, letting him in was the mistake, then maybe, just maybe, there was something I could still fix. I told Lily to wait in the car. She didn't argue. Back inside, I climbed the attic ladder again, flashlight wedged between my teeth. The smell up there hit me first, damp insulation and dust. I scanned the beams and corners, looking for anything else, another envelope, a hidden compartment, anything. At first, I found nothing. Then I spotted a wooden crate tucked in the far corner, almost hidden behind old boxes and a broken lamp. I pulled it forward and lifted the lid. Inside were several more photographs, curled at the edges, all black and white. Each one showed a different part of the house, the living room, the hallway, the staircase, but always, always, with the same figure present, sometimes in the distance, standing in a doorway. Sometimes up close, barely out of frame, always watching, always reaching. I flipped through them until I found one that made my breath catch in my throat. It was Lily's room. Same curtains, same bed, same pattern on the wallpaper, and there, just outside the window, the shape, standing in the garden, looking in. This thing had been coming here long before we moved in, before we ever stepped foot on this property, maybe before the previous owners, maybe even longer than that. I set the photo down and looked back at the attic floor. There were scratches in the wood, deep and uneven, like something with sharp hooves had paced here, back and forth, again and again. I climbed down, heart pounding. Every part of me wanted to run, to get Lily and leave and never look back. but I could feel something shifting in the air. Like if I didn't confront it now, it would follow us, no matter where we went. I walked back into the kitchen and stood at the back door, the one that had been open that night, the one the figure always came through. I unlocked it and stepped outside. The morning was quiet, birds chirping, a faint breeze stirring the trees. Nothing looked out of place. But I could feel it, that pressure, the same thick weight in the air from the night before, like something was waiting. I walked across the yard toward the tree line. I didn't have a plan, just the urge to finish this. Maybe it was foolish, maybe it was brave. I honestly couldn't tell the difference anymore. At the edge of the trees, I stopped. "Who are you?" I asked. Silence. "I know you've been here, watching, waiting. I don't know what you want, but you're not getting it. Not from me, not from my daughter." Still nothing. Then the trees rustled. Not from the wind, something else. Something stepped forward from the shadows, not fast, not aggressive, just present. It was the same shape from the photos, tall, thin face, impossible to focus on. Like trying to look at smoke that wouldn't settle. It stopped a few feet from me. No sound, no movement, just standing there. I looked into the blur where its face should have been and said, "You're not welcome here." It tilted its head slightly, as if curious. "You don't belong in this world," I said, "and I won't be your doorway. I won't be your mistake." The wind picked up around me, a sudden gust that whipped the trees and stung my skin. But I didn't move. I just stood there, grounded in place, staring at whatever it was. "You can leave now," I said. It didn't reply, didn't scream, didn't vanish in a flash of light. It just turned and walked back into the woods. I stood there until the wind died down, until I was sure it was gone. Then I turned and walked back to the house. Lily was still in the car, watching me through the window. Her face was pale but calm. I got in and started the engine. "You okay, Dad?" she asked quietly. "Yeah," I said. "I think so. Are you?" She nodded. "I think it's gone." "I think it is too." We pulled out of the driveway and drove away, the house growing smaller in the rearview mirror. I didn't know if we'd ever come back. Maybe someday, maybe not, but I knew one thing for certain. Whatever it was, it had been waiting for someone to open the door. And now it knew I would never open it again. I never thought a solo trip to the Big Island could spiral into something so bizarre. The idea had been simple enough. I needed a break. I needed somewhere quiet, away from my buzzing phone, my cluttered apartment, and the endless concrete of the city. A few nights in a cabin, deep in the rainforest just outside Hilo, sounded like the kind of peace I had been craving for months. The listing looked perfect. It was a single-level, hand-built bungalow set at the end of a narrow gravel road, surrounded by ferns, banana trees, and the sound of rushing water from a nearby stream. The photos showed warm wooden floors, a cozy kitchen with hanging pots, and big open windows that looked out into endless green. The host, someone named Maka, had glowing reviews. Guests called her kind, attentive, and the place itself a hidden gem. Everything seemed above board, affordable too good to pass up. I booked 3 nights. Maka messaged me right after. Her tone was warm and welcoming, and she offered detailed driving directions since GPS in the jungle could be sketchy. She also sent a long email labeled, "Important, house notes. Please read before arrival." I didn't open it right away. I figured it was just check-in instructions or details about the hot water. But the night before I left, while packing, I finally clicked it. It was more than just a list of rules. It was a list of things I couldn't quite understand. Lock the front and back doors by 9 p.m. every night. Not before, not after. Do not open the windows after sunset, even if it gets warm. If you hear whispering from the trees, do not respond. Do not step outside between midnight and 4 a.m., even if someone knocks, even if they call your name. Before you leave the house for the final time, throw a pinch of salt into each corner of the main room, and thank the house out loud. My first reaction was to laugh. It felt like an elaborate prank, or maybe some Hawaiian superstition taken a little too seriously. Still, I made a mental note to humor them. Maybe Mako was just old school or superstitious. I could play along. I needed this vacation. Weird rules or not, I wasn't backing out. I landed on the island just before noon and followed the instructions Maka gave me, driving inland through winding roads bordered by walls of green. At one point, a wild pig darted across the road in front of me, vanishing into the underbrush like a ghost. The air smelled damp and earthy. When I finally reached the gravel turnoff and parked near the house, I stepped out and was greeted by birdsong and the distant gurgle of water. The house was even more beautiful in person. It felt untouched, like it belonged to the land more than it did to any owner. Moss crawled along the stone walkway. Tiny geckos skittered up the wooden posts. When I stepped inside, it was cool and still, like it had been holding its breath, waiting. I unpacked slowly. The place had no television, no radio, no Wi-Fi, but it had a charm I couldn't deny. The bed was covered in soft linens. The kitchen smelled faintly of cinnamon and fresh wood. The windows opened wide onto the jungle, and for a moment I just stood there and breathed it in. I spent the afternoon lounging in a hammock near the back porch, listening to the soft buzz of insects and the occasional rustle in the underbrush. At one point, I thought I heard a laugh, light and distant, from somewhere beyond the trees, but when I sat up, it was gone. As dusk settled in, I remembered the rules. 9 p.m. exactly, not before, not after. I didn't want to admit it, but I was a little nervous. Not scared exactly, but something about being so alone, deep in unfamiliar territory, made the hairs on my arms stand up. I double-checked the doors, watching the time on my phone tick toward the hour. At 9 p.m. sharp, I locked the front and back doors. I paused after each one, listening for any sign of, I don't know, something. But there was nothing, just the jungle. I poured myself a glass of wine and sat near the window, watching as the last bits of sunlight vanished from the treetops. The house creaked softly in the cooling air. I thought about texting someone, maybe my sister or my best friend, but I decided not to. There was no signal anyway. Better to lean into the isolation, I thought. That was the point of this trip. It wasn't until after 11 that the quiet started to feel wrong. I was reading on the couch when I heard something outside. A low, rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Not loud, just soft enough to make you wonder if it was real. It was coming from the back porch, near the screen door. I froze, book still in my hands, and strained to hear. Tap, tap, tap. My heart started to race. I put the book down slowly and walked to the kitchen window, careful not to make a sound. I leaned just enough to peer toward the back porch. Nothing. The screen door wasn't moving. No one was standing there. But the noise came again, clear as anything. Tap, tap, tap. I backed away from the window, my mouth suddenly dry. Don't open the windows after sunset. Don't step outside between midnight and 4 a.m., even if someone knocks, even if they call your name. I wasn't near midnight yet. It was only 11:30, but I couldn't ignore the creeping sense that something was wrong. I shut all the blinds, turned off the porch light, and sat back on the couch with my legs curled under me. I tried to read again, but the tapping returned. This time from the front door. I did not move. It went on for nearly 10 minutes, then silence. That night, I did not sleep well. I lay under the sheets with the windows closed tight and listened to every creak, every whisper of wind through the trees. At one point, I could swear I heard someone walking across the porch, slow and barefoot. The boards creaked gently beneath invisible feet. But when I looked in the morning, nothing was disturbed. Still, I knew something had changed. The house felt heavier, like it had seen me hesitate, like it was waiting to see what I would do next. And in the living room, on the windowsill, was something I hadn't noticed before. A small bundle of twine, tied with a knot I couldn't recognize. I hadn't seen it the day before, and I knew I hadn't put it there. I didn't touch the bundle of twine. I don't know why, but just the sight of it made my stomach twist. It was so small and neat, like someone had taken their time tying it just right, then placed it there for me to find. I stared at it for a long time that morning, arms crossed over my chest, trying to remember if I had overlooked it the day before, but I was certain it hadn't been there. I'd sat on that very couch, sipped my wine, read from that exact spot. The window had been bare. Now this thing sat dead center on the sill. I grabbed a clean mug and poured myself coffee with a shaking hand. The inside of the cabin felt off again. That thickness in the air was back, not heavy exactly, but like the pressure just before a storm. The kind that makes your ears pop and the back of your neck itch. Even the birds outside seemed quieter. I took a few steps away from the living room, not letting my eyes leave the little bundle. When I finally broke the stare, I backed into the kitchen and took my coffee out to the porch, trying to pretend that everything was fine. I made it a rule not to think about it. The twine, the tapping last night, even the knocking. I convinced myself it had to be the wind, or maybe an animal brushing up against the door. The jungle was full of life. It could have been anything. But that rule was broken the second I stepped off the porch and walked the short path around the side of the house. Because I found something else. Near the base of the old mango tree, not far from where I had parked, I saw footprints, not boot prints, not anything like my own. These were bare feet, narrow and long, pressed into the muddy soil as if someone had stood there for a long time. Not one or two either, a trail. As if someone had circled the tree several times before heading toward the back porch. Toward the back door. The same door I had locked right at 9 p.m. I didn't follow the trail. I stood frozen, squinting at the tracks, like they might just disappear if I blinked hard enough. They didn't. They stayed there, etched into the earth like a warning. I didn't know what to do. I went back inside, locked every door and window, and sat at the kitchen table with my coffee growing cold. I kept expecting to feel stupid. Like eventually I'd realize it had all been a misunderstanding, or that I was overreacting, but the sense of dread just grew stronger. That feeling like the house was watching me had returned, and now it was sitting in my chest like a stone. I decided to stay inside the rest of the day. I had brought books and a small notebook, hoping I'd spend my time journaling or planning out the next few months of my life. But instead I just sat in silence, listening. I couldn't bring myself to play music, or even watch something on my phone. It didn't feel right. Any noise seemed like it would disturb something that was better left undisturbed. When the sun began to sink behind the canopy again, I checked the time every few minutes. I was not going to miss the 9 p.m. lock this time. At 8:30, I went around the house, making sure everything was closed and bolted. At 8:50, I stood by the front door with the key in hand, watching the seconds tick by on my phone. At exactly 9 p.m., I turned the lock. Then I turned the back lock. I sat on the couch again, watching the window where the bundle of twine still sat. The host's rules came back to me in flashes. Do not open the windows after dark. Do not step outside between midnight and 4 a.m. If you hear knocking, do not respond. And now I understood why those rules had been written in all caps. The silence of the house deepened with the night. It was a kind of quiet that felt unnatural. Not the absence of sound, but a presence of silence. Like something outside had swallowed the usual chirps and rustles. Like the whole world was holding its breath. I do not know how long I sat there before the tapping began. Tap, tap, tap. This time it came from the window beside the couch. The one where the bundle still sat. I went rigid, my whole body tensing as the tapping continued. Not frantic, not hurried, just soft, steady, and close, too close. I didn't move a muscle. I kept my eyes forward, fixed on the opposite wall, my breath shallow. Tap, tap, tap. I counted in my head, 100 seconds, 200. I focused on the numbers like a mantra, as if they would keep me safe. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 20. Then it stopped. I sat there for a long time after the sound vanished. I do not remember falling asleep, but eventually I did. I woke to the soft morning light filtering through the cracks in the blinds and the gentle chirping of birds. It was like waking from a nightmare that had no real shape, only weight. The heaviness in my limbs, the dryness in my mouth, the ache behind my eyes. I stood up, stretching my stiff back, and when I turned to look at the windowsill, the bundle was gone. I didn't know whether to feel relief or horror. Had something taken it? Had it moved on its own? Had I somehow removed it without remembering? I walked around the house, scanning every surface, every shelf, and every corner. No sign of it. That's when I noticed something else, a smell, faint but distinct, like burned wood and wet moss. I followed it slowly, cautiously, toward the back door. At the base of the door frame, right where the wood met the floor, was a symbol, drawn in thin black ash, a circle with a crooked line through it, and something like an eye in the center. It hadn't been there before. I would have seen it. I had locked that door myself. Now the circle stared back at me. I didn't clean it. I didn't even touch it. I backed away, my mind trying to decide what to do. I wanted to leave. I wanted to grab my bag and run to the car and never look back. But a small, awful thought began to creep into my head. What if leaving made things worse? What if these rules weren't just for during the stay? What if I had already broken something I could not fix? And what if it was already inside? I didn't touch the symbol. I just stood there staring at it, unsure what it meant or why it felt like it had always been meant for me. The black ash had sunk into the grooves of the old wooden floor, like it had been there for years, not hours. I knew it wasn't there the night before. I was certain. But something about the way it sat so perfectly at the base of the door told me it belonged, that it was supposed to be found. The day outside was bright. Sunlight poured in through the trees and splashed against the windows, but inside the cabin it was still dim, still quiet, too quiet. I made coffee like I always did. I needed something warm in my hands, something to focus on. I didn't look at the back door again. I didn't look at the floor. By the time the coffee was ready, I had almost convinced myself it was a prank, a strange joke left by the host. Or maybe even another guest had left the symbol and forgotten to mention it. But no matter how many excuses I made, none of them sat right, especially not when I sat back down in the living room and saw what had replaced the bundle of twine. It was a feather. Not just any feather either. This one was long and dark, almost black, with edges that shimmered green in the light. It had been placed on the windowsill exactly where the twine had been, perfectly centered. I didn't move for a long time. Eventually I stood up slowly, like any sudden movement might trigger something. I backed into the kitchen, coffee clutched to my chest like a shield, and grabbed my phone off the counter. I went into my email app and opened the message from Leilani again, the original welcome message, the one with the rules. I scrolled through it, line by line, hoping there would be something I had missed, something about objects that moved, symbols drawn on floors, but there was nothing new. The words stared back at me just as they had before, the same warnings, the same times, the same instructions to follow exactly. But the line about new objects, that still stuck with me. If you find any object in the house that wasn't there when you arrived, do not touch it. Do not look directly at the carving. Email us immediately. There was no carving this time, just a feather. So I typed out another message to Leilani, explaining what I found. I didn't expect a fast reply, but within moments my screen lit up. Do not touch it. Do not move it. Cover all mirrors, all of them. Do this now, before dark. That was all it said. No explanation, no greeting, just that instruction, cover the mirrors. I stared at the screen for a long time before pushing myself into motion. I grabbed the towels and spare sheets from the hallway closet and began covering every mirror in the cabin. There weren't many. One in the bathroom, one above the dresser in the bedroom, a small round one in the hallway. I made sure they were all covered securely, then stood in the center of the cabin, heart racing, waiting for something to change. But nothing did. For the rest of the day, I stayed inside, barely moving. I didn't eat much. My appetite had vanished. I kept thinking about the feather, about the symbol on the floor, about the strange knocking the night before, and now the mirrors. Why the mirrors? By the time the sun started to go down, I was counting the seconds to 9 p.m. When the minute changed, I locked every door again, this time triple-checking each one. I stayed near the front of the cabin, too scared to go into the back hallway, where the bathroom mirror had been. I didn't even like looking in that direction. The covered glass felt like it was humming. Watching. That night there was no knocking, no tapping, but something far worse happened. I woke up around 2 in the morning to a sound I couldn't place. It wasn't from outside. It wasn't from the windows. It was behind me, inside the room. The cabin was pitch black. The lights were off, and I hadn't turned on any night lights. But even in the dark, I could feel it. A presence. Something standing close to my bed, just past my shoulder. I remembered the rule. If you wake up and feel like you're being watched, do not move. Wait until it passes. So I lay there, absolutely still. I focused on my breathing, which had started to shake. My chest rose and fell in shallow movements, each one a struggle not to tremble. I kept my eyes closed, even though every part of me screamed to look. I wanted to know what it was. I wanted to see it, but I didn't dare. And then, it spoke. A whisper, right at the edge of my ear. So soft, I thought I might be imagining it. But it came again. "You're almost ready." That was all it said. I nearly screamed. My hands balled into fists beneath the covers, trying not to flinch, not to react. I waited. Seconds ticked by. Minutes. The pressure in the room stayed, thick and suffocating. The presence didn't move. I could feel it there, not breathing, just watching. Then slowly, finally, the feeling began to fade. The air shifted, the weight lifted, the room felt like a room again, not a trap. And I finally let myself open my eyes. The space beside the bed was empty. But the bathroom door was open. I know I had closed it. I know I had locked it, even though it was just me in the cabin. Now it stood wide open, and the towel I had placed over the mirror was on the floor. I didn't go in. I waited until morning, until the sun was high enough to feel safe. Then I took a quick look. The mirror was bare, and on its surface, in faint smudged lines, was a handprint. Too large to be mine. I packed my bags that morning. Every bone in my body told me to leave, that whatever this was had gone far enough. But when I checked my phone for a ride, no signal came through. I tried calling a car, tried messaging Leilani again, but the service was completely gone. My phone wouldn't even refresh the weather. I was stuck, for now. I sat back on the couch, staring at the front door, listening again, hoping it would stay quiet until morning. But I already knew something had changed. Whatever was outside last night had stepped inside, and now it was waiting for me to do the wrong thing. I didn't sleep at all the night after the mirror incident. I tried, but every time I closed my eyes, that voice came back. "You're almost ready." Those 3 words rolled through my head like waves, crashing over whatever calm I tried to rebuild. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the open bathroom door, the handprint, and the voice that sounded far too close to belong to a dream. I stayed awake until sunlight pushed its way through the slats in the window blinds. The cabin looked normal in the morning light. That was almost the worst part. The more terrifying things became at night, the more harmless everything looked during the day, like the house was pretending, playing nice until it got dark enough to let its real face show. I moved carefully through the rooms. I didn't bother making coffee. I didn't feel like eating. I just checked the windows, checked the doors, and most of all, checked the mirrors. All of them were still covered, even the one in the bathroom. I had gone back in with trembling hands and put the towel back up, refusing to look into the glass. I wasn't about to see what was hiding behind my reflection. By mid-morning, I finally got a signal again. I wasted no time messaging Leilani, letting her know what had happened. I typed out everything, the voice, the towel on the floor, the handprint. Her reply was brief. Stay calm. If you're still hearing it, do not respond. No matter what it says, you'll be able to leave soon. Just follow every rule. That was it. No details, no comfort. Just a cold reassurance that something worse was coming, and I had to survive it. I wanted to demand more. I wanted answers. But some part of me already knew that asking wouldn't help. Whatever this thing was, Leilani couldn't stop it. She could only help me not make it worse. I spent the rest of the day pacing the cabin, refusing to go outside. The jungle around the house had started to feel less like a retreat and more like a trap. The trees loomed taller than I remembered, their branches tangled like claws. The silence outside felt thicker too, like the world was holding its breath. By the time evening rolled around, I was a nervous wreck. I locked every door again at exactly 9 o'clock and double-checked the windows. I even pushed a dresser in front of the back door just in case. I knew it wouldn't stop anything if it really wanted in, but it made me feel slightly better. Slightly. I tried to distract myself by turning on a movie, but I couldn't focus. The moment the sky went dark, the unease settled over me like a weighted blanket. I sat on the edge of the couch, every muscle tense, listening for something, anything. It didn't take long. Around midnight, the tapping started. Not on the windows, not on the doors, but from inside the house, light, soft taps, like fingernails on wood. I froze, barely breathing, trying to figure out where it was coming from. I stood slowly, each step cautious as I moved through the cabin. The sound led me to the hallway, then to the bedroom. Then I realized. It was coming from behind the mirror. Not the mirror in the bathroom, the one in the bedroom, the tall rectangular one leaning against the wall, still covered with a thick sheet. I could see the fabric moving slightly. Just a ripple, like something was pressing gently against it from the other side. I didn't move closer. I didn't uncover it. I just stared. The tapping stopped. In its place came something far worse. A whisper. Not in my ear this time. It came from behind the mirror, muffled like a voice through a wall. Let me out. My heart slammed into my ribs. I took a step back, then another, until I hit the edge of the door frame. My legs felt weak. I clutched the frame for support, trying not to collapse. The whisper came again. Let me out, please. It was a trick. I knew it. Whatever was behind the mirror wasn't a person. It wasn't something trapped. It was something pretending, trying to make me help it, trying to make me open the way. I backed down the hallway without turning my back to it. When I reached the living room again, I collapsed onto the couch and stared at the ceiling, trying to breathe. I stayed that way until the first light of dawn filtered in through the windows. When the sun was fully up, I grabbed the salt from the kitchen and walked to every corner of the house. I sprinkled it carefully, mumbling whatever words came to mind, just to keep myself from panicking. I didn't know if the salt helped, but it was something. It felt like control, like a barrier. That day, I didn't hear from Leilani. I sent another message, asking what the voice was, what it meant by almost ready. I told her I needed to leave, that I couldn't take one more night. There was no reply. The silence felt worse than the whispers. By evening, I had packed my bag. I didn't care what she said. I was done. I was going to leave as soon as the sun rose. I'd make the hike back to the road if I had to. No signal, no car, I didn't care. I just needed to get away. When 9 p.m. came, I locked the doors again, but it felt pointless now, like it was all a show, something to keep me distracted while the real danger crept closer. I barely slept. I sat on the couch with every light on, gripping the bag and waiting for morning. But morning didn't come. Not at first. I looked at my phone around 6 a.m. and blinked. It still read 3:24. I waited. 5 minutes, 10, then 30. The sky outside never changed. The light never came. I checked my phone again. Still 3:24. That was when I realized. Time had stopped, and whatever was in the house with me was no longer pretending. It didn't need to knock anymore. It didn't need to whisper. Now it was just waiting for me to make a mistake. The clock still read 3:24. I checked it again, then again, still 3:24. It had been nearly 2 hours since I noticed, and nothing outside the windows had changed. The sky was stuck in that eerie pre-dawn haze, frozen in a colorless gray, like the sun was refusing to rise. The air in the house had grown still, too still, and the walls around me no longer felt like they belonged to a building. They felt like a mouth, sealed shut, holding me inside. I tried the front door again, still locked. No matter how hard I pulled, the handle refused to turn. It was like the house itself had decided I wasn't allowed to leave. I even tried a chair against the window, thinking maybe I could break the glass, but the moment I raised the chair over my head, a sharp ringing pierced my ears. Not from the house, not from the glass, but from inside my head, a high-pitched tone that made me drop the chair and double over in pain. It stopped as soon as I gave up, like it was warning me, like it was saying, "Try that again and see what happens." I backed away from the window and stumbled into the living room, holding my head in my hands. My ears were still ringing, but more than that, my heart felt hollow. Not just fear anymore, dread. I was starting to realize something. The rules weren't meant to keep me safe. They were tests. I pulled out my phone, praying again for service, but there was nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, just the frozen time and the creeping sense that I was no longer entirely in the world I came from. That was when the lights went out. All of them. The overhead lights, the lamps, even the LED clock display on the oven. I stood in a vacuum of silence and darkness. My breathing was the only sound. Then I heard it again. The voice. "Look at me." Only now, it didn't sound like a whisper. It sounded like it was standing directly behind me. I froze. My heart stopped. The air pressed down on my back like a presence. "Look at me." I squeezed my eyes shut, fists clenched. I remembered the rule: do not respond, do not move, do not look. The voice hissed again, closer this time. "You brought me back. You made it real." I backed away blindly, hands outstretched, bumping into the coffee table. My knee hit something hard and cold beneath the towel I had thrown over the carving days ago. I jerked away from it like it was burning me. That was when the air shifted. The towel fell to the ground. The carving was no longer a carving. It had changed. The figure now stood tall, twisted limbs, elongated head, its wooden body seeming to shimmer between shapes. Sometimes it looked like a person. Other times it looked like something trying to be a person. Its mouth hung open, the void inside darker than the room itself. I turned away, refusing to look directly at it. "You must complete it," the voice said. "Finish the circle. Finish what you started." That was when I understood. The salt. I had forgotten something. In my panic, in my rush to survive, I had followed the rules halfway, but I hadn't finished. The circle wasn't just about protection. It was a seal. And I had broken it. I ran to the kitchen, flipping drawers open, searching. My fingers finally closed around the half-used salt bag on the counter. I grabbed it and dropped to my knees. My heart pounded in my chest as I crawled toward the four corners of the cabin. I didn't care that the figure was watching. I didn't care that the voice followed me with every movement. I was going to finish the seal. I moved from corner to corner, laying thick lines of salt, whispering apologies to whatever I had disturbed. The house trembled around me. I could hear things moving in the walls now, scratching, skittering like long fingers dragging across wood, like something trapped trying to claw its way out. When I reached the final corner, the air dropped to freezing. My breath came out in white puffs. The figure stood in the center of the living room now, watching me, its head tilted, its mouth still open. I poured the last of the salt and whispered, "I'm done." The lights exploded back on. The carving snapped back to its original form, now lifeless wood once again. The walls groaned and settled. The air began to warm. And the clock finally changed. 3:25. Then 3:26. Time had resumed. I collapsed where I was, clutching the empty salt bag, my body trembling. The pressure was gone. The presence was gone. I could feel it. The house had let go of me. I didn't waste another second. I threw everything I owned into my bag, flung the door open, and ran out into the morning light. The jungle was quiet again, peaceful, real. I didn't look back. Not once. It took me nearly an hour to find the trail back to the road. My phone finally got service again about halfway through, and I called the first cab company that answered. I gave them a random intersection miles away from the house and waited there under the rising sun. When the driver pulled up, he took one look at my face and didn't ask a single question. I never reported the house. I never wrote a review. I never tried to contact Leilani again. A few weeks later, I checked the listing. Gone. Just like that. As if it had never been there. But every now and then, I still get emails. They never say anything more than a few words. Most are just, "You remember?" But the last one chilled me to my core. It simply said, "The circle is never truly closed." I blocked the sender. I deleted the messages. I tried to move on. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear it. Not knocking. Not a whisper. But the soft rustle of something stepping through salt. And I pray I never forgot a corner. Because I know now I was never alone in that house. And if I ever hear the voice again, saying, "Look at me," I don't know if I'll have the strength not to obey. When I agreed to look after a farm for a week, I thought it would be a relaxing break, the kind of place with creaky floorboards, warm sunrises, and nothing but bird song and fresh vegetables. A small family operation just outside of a town called Birch Lake, nestled between a pine forest and rolling green hills. I had no idea what I was signing up for. The family, called the Lennoxes, were kind enough. I met them once before they left for their annual July trip to visit relatives in Alberta. They were friendly but seemed rushed. Their smiles didn't quite reach their eyes. I figured they were just stressed about leaving the place behind. I mean, it was still a working farm, even if small. They paid me $1,000 up front and promised the other half when they returned. All I had to do was feed the animals, water the garden, stock the little roadside stall, and make sure the irrigation system kept working. That, and follow a few instructions they left in a sealed envelope on the kitchen table. When I opened it, I found a handwritten list of rules, and not just normal farm instructions. These were weird. I read them twice before the weight of them really started to sink in. Dear Mia, thank you so much for caring for the farm while we're away. To ensure everything runs smoothly and safely, please follow the list below closely. 1. Feed the chickens and goats at exactly 5:30 in the morning. If you're late, they get loud and restless. It's best not to find out how loud. 2. When pruning the raspberry patch, only cut the dry, brittle branches. Wear the thick gloves hanging in the shed. If you get scratched, disinfect immediately and call doctor. Harlan at the clinic in town. 3. The sunflower patch requires almost no attention. However, if any sunflower is facing a different direction from the others, go inside and lock the door. Do not return to the field until morning. 4. If you hear any animal sounds after sunset, especially howling or scratching, stay inside. The pens are secure. There is no need to investigate noises outside at night. 5. Do not enter the corn maze. If you hear crying or laughter from within, ignore it. The maze is off limits to visitors and caretakers alike. 6. The goats are light sleepers and may be awake at odd hours. This is normal. Do not be alarmed if you see them standing near the fence late at night. 7. Help yourself to any vegetables from the main garden. However, Do not eat any apples from the eastern corner of the orchard. 8. We no longer use scarecrows. If you see one, return to the house immediately, close all curtains, and stay inside until morning. 9. Restock the roadside produce stand in the morning and again before sunset. Bring everything unsold inside at night. 10. Please remember, we do not have pigs. Thank you again. Be safe. Sincerely, the Lennox family. At first I laughed, not out loud, but just one of those little chuckles you do when something catches you off guard. I figured some of it was old family superstition or leftover folklore from whoever owned the land before. I didn't grow up on a farm, so maybe that's just how these people did things. I folded the note and tucked it into the back of my notebook. That first evening, I got right to work. The sun was already beginning to dip, casting a soft orange glow through the trees. I started with the goats. There were only 5 of them, mostly calm except for one that kept bumping into me with its little horn nubs. They huddled around the feeding trough, munching on pellets as I tried not to step in any mess. The chickens were next, pecking around my feet as I scattered feed. They made curious little clucks and warbles, watching me like they were waiting for me to mess up. They seemed easy enough. But then I looked up. Across the yard, just past the wooden fence that bordered the sunflower patch, I saw it. A single sunflower, turned completely away from the others. While the rest pointed west, toward the setting sun, this one faced me directly. At first I thought it was just wind, or maybe some odd growth pattern, but something about it made my skin prickle. It didn't sway like the others. It was still, like it was watching. I remembered the rule: go inside, lock the door. I tried not to walk too fast as I made my way back to the house. Halfway there, I turned to glance behind me. The sunflower had shifted slightly, just enough that it was still looking straight at me from its place at the edge of the field. I stepped up onto the porch, opened the front door, and shut it behind me, twisting the lock with slightly shaky fingers. I told myself I was being dramatic, that flowers couldn't look at people. But I kept the blinds drawn anyway. Later, I made pasta and sat in the tiny farmhouse kitchen with my meal, glancing occasionally out the window. The sunflower wasn't visible from there. I was half convinced I had imagined it being off. It must have been the wind, just the light, something like that. The house was cozy but old, the kind of place where every floorboard creaks and the pipes let out random groans at night. I had always liked older houses, but that night, every sound seemed too loud, too deliberate. I went to bed around 10, reading a few pages of a book before sleep took over. But sometime later, I woke with a start. My room was dark, and the air felt cold, like the temperature had dropped suddenly. Then I heard it. A faint voice, high-pitched, fragile. "Help me." I sat up, heart pounding. I glanced at the window. My room overlooked the edge of the corn maze, though I could only see a bit of it through the foggy glass. Another voice, same tone, same direction. "Please, help me." I swung my legs over the bed and crept to the window. The wind had picked up, rustling the stalks gently. I cracked the window open. There it was again. A child's voice, crying, somewhere deep in the maze. I remembered the rule, do not enter. But what if there really was a child? Someone hurt, lost. I hesitated, then I shouted into the dark. "I hear you. Stay where you are. I'm coming." No response. The stalks began to shift. Something moved within them, large and deliberate. My instincts screamed at me to run. Whatever was inside that corn maze was not a child. I slammed the window shut, pulled down the blinds, and locked the latch tight. My hands were trembling. I backed away from the glass and tried not to look back. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. Morning came slowly, and when the sun finally crept over the trees, I peeled myself out of bed. I had not slept more than an hour. Every creak in the house had set my nerves on edge. I stayed up with all the lights on, clutching the instructions the Lennoxes had left me, reading and rereading them until I could nearly recite them by heart. That voice from the cornfield echoed in my head over and over, like a loop stuck in my ears. I stumbled downstairs and made a pot of coffee in the ancient machine sitting on the counter. The smell helped bring me back to reality a little, as did the sunlight streaming through the windows. The fog in my mind started to clear, and I convinced myself it had all been a bad dream. Or maybe a real animal had wandered too close to the house, and my imagination had run wild. That explanation made the most sense. Or at least, it was the one I needed to believe. By 5:30, I was outside with a bucket of feed for the goats. They were already waiting by the fence, bleating impatiently. The smallest one, with a white patch on its forehead, pushed at the others to get closer to me. I fed them quickly and kept an eye on the woods behind them. Everything looked normal, but I did not let my guard down. The chickens were their usual loud and scatterbrained selves, flapping around as I tossed feed across the pen. Nothing seemed out of place, and I started to feel like maybe I had made a big deal out of nothing the night before. I finished the chores without incident and stocked the farm stand near the road with fresh squash, zucchini, and a few jars of preserves I had found in the cellar. Still, I avoided looking at the corn maze. I did not even glance toward it. Later that morning, I walked out to the raspberry patch with pruning shears and the thick gloves the Lennoxes had left hanging in the shed. The air smelled earthy and sweet, and the raspberries were a deep red, plump and ripe. I trimmed away the dry, woody branches just like the note said, tossing them into a pile near the fence. At one point, a thorn sliced through the glove and scraped my knuckle. I hissed and dropped the shears, pulling off the glove to examine the cut. It was shallow, but the memory of the rule surged through me. If you get scratched, call Dr. Harlan. I went inside and cleaned the wound with antiseptic from the bathroom cabinet. The Lennoxes had left a business card taped to the fridge with Dr. Harlan's number, so I called it. A kind voice picked up and listened patiently as I explained what happened. She told me to keep it clean, watch for any swelling or strange colors, and call again if anything changed. Her tone was calm but measured, like she had gotten this call before. That afternoon I tried to keep busy. I refilled the animal water troughs, pulled weeds from the garden, and swept the porch. But even with the tasks to keep my hands busy, my mind kept wandering back to last night. That voice, the corn maze, the way the stalks had moved, too much, too fast. No part of it sat right with me. Around 4 in the afternoon, as the light grew golden again, I noticed something strange near the orchard. The apples on the eastern side were overripe, some of them drooping from the branches like they were too heavy for the trees. I remembered the rule clearly: do not eat the apples from that corner. But it did not say why. As I looked closer, I saw the bark of one of the trees was split open near its base. A thin black sap oozed from the crack, glistening in the sunlight. It smelled sharp, like vinegar and burnt wood. I backed away from it and decided I would not be going near that part of the orchard again. By sunset, I was inside, all the windows closed, doors locked, and curtains drawn. The house felt small and quiet, and I jumped every time the floor creaked. I ate a sandwich at the kitchen table and tried to watch something on my laptop to distract myself, but the signal out there was too weak. All I could do was sit in the silence and wait. It was close to 11 when I heard it again. A sound from the corn maze. This time, it was not a voice. It was rustling. Soft at first, then louder, like something was brushing past the stalks, moving steadily toward the edge of the field. I turned off all the lights and peered out through the gap in the curtains. The moon hung low and full over the field, casting everything in silver and gray. I could just make out the beginning of the corn maze. Something was standing at the entrance. I blinked hard, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It was shaped like a person, but taller, thinner. Its limbs looked wrong, too long for its body, with fingers that curled too far. It stood completely still, just at the edge of the maze. Then it tilted its head. I dropped the curtain and backed away from the window, heart pounding. I did not go back to look again. I just slid to the floor, pulled my knees to my chest, and waited. I do not know how long I sat like that, staring at the door. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, the house was still and quiet. Morning light spilled through the curtains, warm and golden. The world looked normal again. But I knew what I had seen. I got up slowly, checking all the windows and locks. The animals were fine. Nothing had been disturbed. It was like nothing had happened. But when I looked out at the corn maze, something had changed. The entrance had moved. It was wider now. The rows of corn shifted, slightly different than before, like someone, or something, had pushed through and changed its shape. I decided I would not step foot near that part of the property again. And for the first time since I had arrived, I wondered if even $2,000 was worth staying until the end of the week. The next day started like the others, but something about it felt heavier. Maybe it was the sky, covered in a thick gray sheet of clouds that pressed low over the trees. Maybe it was the way the wind stayed completely still, like the whole farm was holding its breath. I fed the goats, who seemed more restless than usual, pushing and shoving each other for food. The chickens were oddly quiet, just pacing around the enclosure instead of pecking at the ground like they normally did. I stayed out of the orchard and the sunflower field entirely. I had no intention of tempting fate by getting closer to anything strange. I also avoided the corn maze, giving it a wide berth as I made my way toward the raspberry patch. The air there was still, but less tense than the rest of the property. I clipped a few more floricanes and harvested a small basket of berries, which I left near the porch to rinse and sort later. After lunch, I stocked the farm stand with fresh vegetables and a few eggs I had collected earlier. As I was arranging the produce, I noticed something on the chalkboard where the Lennoxes usually wrote messages to customers. There was a new message I had not written. "Thank you for staying overnight." The handwriting was rough, uneven, like it had been written by someone unfamiliar with how letters worked. My chest tightened. I backed away slowly, glancing around. The road was quiet, the trees unmoving. I erased the message without thinking and went back to the house, locking the door behind me. The next few hours passed in silence. I sat in the living room with the lights off, watching the front yard through the window. Nothing happened. No visitors, no sounds. Just the steady hum of silence stretching across the farm. It was almost worse than the noise. As evening rolled in, I followed my now established ritual. Lock the doors, shut the curtains, do not go outside. I made a sandwich, sat at the kitchen table, and tried to stay calm. My phone was nearly dead, and the charger I brought was back in the car. I decided I would grab it quickly before the sun fully disappeared behind the trees. I stepped outside, keeping the porch light on behind me. The car was parked about 30 feet away, beside the tool shed. The air felt different, cooler, still too quiet. I hurried to the car, yanked the door open, and grabbed the charger from the glove compartment. As I turned around, something caught my eye near the edge of the sunflower field. A figure. At first, I thought it was a scarecrow. It had the right shape, but we were not supposed to have any. That was one of the rules. I blinked hard, heart thudding in my chest. The figure did not move. It just stood there, partially hidden by the tall sunflowers. The fading light made it hard to tell if it was even facing me. I took a step backward. Then another. The figure still did not move, but I could feel something shift around me, like the air had gotten heavier, like whatever that thing was, it had noticed me. I turned and walked fast back to the house. I did not run. Running felt like it might trigger something, like it might come after me. Once inside, I locked the door and went straight to the window. I peeked through the curtain, back toward the sunflowers. The figure was gone. I backed away and sat on the floor for a long time, staring at nothing, my thoughts racing. That had not been there earlier, I would have noticed. That meant it had appeared since I came outside. Or worse, it had been watching me and only moved when I noticed it. The rules had said clearly, we do not use scarecrows anymore. If you see one, go inside and lock everything. I followed the rule. I was inside. The doors were locked. But that night, I could not sleep. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every floorboard creak made me jump. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, almost like pacing. I did not check. I stayed in my room, under the covers, trying to convince myself that nothing had changed. By morning, the world felt reset. The birds were chirping again. The sky had cleared. The wind returned. It was almost like the farm was pretending nothing strange had ever happened. I needed to feel grounded, so I went back to the raspberry patch and filled another basket. Then I sat on the porch, sorting through the fruit and separating the soft ones from the good ones. A part of me hoped doing something normal would bring back some sense of calm, but even then I kept glancing over at the sunflower field. Just in case. Later in the day, I went to the edge of the orchard with a bucket to collect windfall apples for composting. I avoided the northwest corner, staying close to the younger trees near the fence. As I was picking a few apples up off the ground, I heard a branch snap nearby. I froze. Then I heard the crunch of leaves, not a squirrel, something larger. I turned slowly and scanned the orchard. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched came over me again, that prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I dropped the bucket and walked back to the house without looking back. I locked the door, went to the window, and peeked through the curtain. Again, I saw nothing, but I knew something was there. That night, I sat with the rule sheet again. My hands were shaking. I read the rules one more time. I could almost feel the Lennoxes whispering them in my ear. No scarecrows. No corn maze. No leaving after dark. No eating those apples. And above all, follow every rule, every time. Because I was starting to understand something awful. These rules were not there to protect the farm from the world. They were there to protect me from the farm. The next day began in silence, not the usual peaceful stillness of early morning on the farm, but an eerie, watchful quiet. I opened the back door slowly, peering out into the yard before stepping out. Everything looked normal. The goats stood by their fence waiting for food. The chickens milled around their coop. The sun was just beginning to peek over the trees, casting a soft light across the fields. But still, something felt wrong. I did my morning chores like usual, fed the animals, collected the eggs, checked the water lines. I stayed away from the sunflower field and made a wide arc around the orchard, avoiding the northwest corner like the rule instructed. My body moved through the motions, but my mind was distant, caught in the memory of last night, the sound of footsteps on the porch, that figure by the sunflowers. I thought about calling someone, a friend, the police, anyone. But what would I say? That I was seeing scarecrows that shouldn't be there? That a child's voice came from the corn maze in the middle of the night? I could already hear the laughter on the other end of the line. No one would take it seriously. Around midday, the clouds returned. Thick and low, they rolled in from the west, casting everything in a dull gray light. I worked faster, wanting to finish my afternoon tasks before it rained. As I carried a box of cucumbers to the farm stand, I paused. Something small and red caught my eye near the shed. It was a ribbon. Bright, silky, and tied in a bow. It fluttered gently in the breeze, caught on a bush by the side of the path. I knew I hadn't seen it there before. And as I moved closer, I realized the ribbon looked new, not weathered, not old, like it had been placed there recently. I stared at it for a long moment before plucking it free and tucking it into my pocket. Maybe it belonged to one of the previous caretakers. Maybe it had blown in from a neighbor's property. But that explanation didn't sit well with me. Back at the house, I tucked the ribbon into a drawer and locked the doors again. I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see something waiting for me. The clouds thickened as the day dragged on, and a steady wind picked up, rattling the shutters and rustling the trees. By early evening the rain started, a soft drizzle at first, then heavier, slapping against the roof and windows in waves. I closed the last of the shutters and turned on a few lamps, trying to make the house feel less like a bunker and more like a home. I ate dinner in silence, the only sound the patter of rain and the creaking of the old wooden walls. Just before I went to bed, I checked the locks one last time. As I passed the living room window, I noticed something strange in the distance. Through the small crack in the curtain, the sunflower field. It was lit. Not brightly, not like someone had strung up lights or anything, but there was a faint glow coming from the center, like moonlight, but the moon was hidden behind clouds. I should have ignored it. I should have walked away. But something pulled at me, that same curious part of me that had made me keep walking when I first heard the bells. That made me look back when I should have kept moving forward. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen and turned it on. I hesitated at the door, telling myself I'd only take a quick look. I'd stay on the porch. I wouldn't go far. The rain had slowed to a mist, and the air smelled like wet soil and grass. I stepped onto the porch and aimed the beam of light toward the sunflower field. At first, I saw nothing. Then, slowly, I noticed them. The sunflowers. All of them had turned, every single one, and now they were facing the house. My breath caught in my throat. I took a step back, but the porch creaked under my weight, and something moved near the edge of the field. I whipped the flashlight over and caught a glimpse of something dark and tall vanishing between the stalks. That was enough. I bolted back inside, locked the door, and didn't look outside again, not that night. Sleep was impossible. I lay in bed, fully dressed, listening to the sounds of the house, the wind outside, the distant creaks of wood contracting and expanding. At some point, I must have drifted off, because when I opened my eyes again, the sun was up. The farm looked normal, bright, peaceful. The sunflowers were all facing east again, as they should. I made a point not to go near them. I did my chores quietly, half expecting something to go wrong with every step. Later that afternoon, as I was putting tools away in the shed, I heard a knock on the front door. A sharp, precise knock. I froze. There should be no one out here. The Lennoxes had not mentioned any deliveries or visits. The nearest neighbor was 2 miles away. I stepped out of the shed slowly and looked toward the house. A figure stood at the front door. From behind, they looked ordinary enough. A man in a blue jacket, holding something under one arm. He knocked again, more impatient this time. I started walking up the path, calling out, "Hello?" The man didn't turn around. "Can I help you?" I called again. He turned, slowly. His face was blank, unmoving, like a doll's. His eyes were glassy and wide, and his mouth didn't move. He raised the object in his hands, a basket filled with apples. Apples from the northwest corner. He started walking toward me, slowly but deliberately. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and sprinted into the woods behind the shed, not stopping until the house was out of sight, and the only thing around me was trees. The woods behind the farmhouse were thick with undergrowth, and I stumbled more than once as I ran. Branches scratched at my arms, leaves smacked against my face, but I kept going. I didn't dare look behind me. I didn't want to see if the man with the basket was following. After what felt like forever, I finally collapsed near an old stone wall that marked the edge of the Lennox property. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I crouched low, listening. But there were no footsteps, no crackling twigs, just the steady rustle of leaves in the wind and the pounding of my heart in my ears. I stayed there for nearly an hour, hidden in a thicket of brambles. Eventually, I worked up the courage to creep back toward the farmhouse, circling wide and keeping close to the trees. When I finally caught sight of the house, it looked untouched, peaceful even. The sunflowers swayed gently in the breeze. The goats bleated from their pen. And the man was gone. I stood there, unsure if I should even go back inside. But I didn't have many options. My car was still parked beside the house, and there was nowhere else to go unless I wanted to hike several miles through backcountry. So I crept back toward the house, checking every window before unlocking the back door and stepping inside. The house smelled faintly of cinnamon and old wood. Everything was exactly how I'd left it. I checked every room, top to bottom. The basket of apples was gone, not a single red fruit in sight. But I noticed something else on the kitchen table. a small folded piece of paper. I picked it up, hesitated, then opened it. Emily, thank you for your help. The land remembers kindness. We hope you'll continue caring for it, as it has cared for us. The Lennoxes. The handwriting was different. It was smoother, more formal than the note I'd originally received. There was no smiley face, no quirky little sign-off, just those short, quiet sentences. I sat down at the kitchen table, the paper still in my hand. Something had shifted. I could feel it. Maybe I had passed some sort of test. Maybe surviving the fourth night meant something. I didn't know. But I felt the tension in the air ease just a little. The dread that had clung to me like a shadow was still there, but fainter, as if it were retreating. That night, I slept for the first time in days. No whispers, no footsteps, no nightmares. Just silence, and the gentle creak of the old house settling into itself. Over the next few days, things returned to a strange sort of normal. I followed every rule with the discipline of a soldier. I never left the house after sunset. I ignored the corn maze completely. I didn't glance at the sunflowers no matter how much they rustled. I didn't touch the apples. I didn't acknowledge anything that didn't belong. The animals seemed calmer, too. The goats stopped bleating at nothing in the dark. The chickens no longer clustered nervously by the coop door. Even the air smelled cleaner, like the storm had washed something away. I kept thinking about that man with the basket, the way he had walked, the expression on his face, or lack of one. Was it someone the Lennoxes had known, someone who had broken the rules long before me? There were too many questions, and I knew now that this place didn't give answers. It gave warnings, and if you were lucky, it gave time. On my last day, the morning of the 7th day, I rose with the sun. I made one final loop around the property. I fed the animals, stocked the farm stand. I even gathered a basket of strawberries from the lower field, not the orchard, not the northwest corner, just the rows of strawberries tucked safely between the goat pen and the shed. When I came back to the house, there was another envelope waiting for me. It sat on the kitchen table like it had been there the whole time. Inside was the other half of the stipend, and another note. Emily, you did well. Better than most. Thank you. Please don't come back. The Lennoxes. I stared at that last line for a long time. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't ominous. It was a request, a warning, a kindness. I had followed the rules. I had done my job. And now I was being told to go, to live, and to forget. I packed my things quietly. My phone, still with barely a signal, finally buzzed as I pulled onto the dirt road that led away from the property. Messages from friends, unread emails, life returning to normal. It felt strange, unnatural, like stepping into sunlight after being underground for too long. I didn't look back. As I drove, the trees grew thinner, the air felt lighter, and by the time I reached the town an hour later, I almost believed it had all been some strange dream. But sometimes in the early morning, when I'm alone and everything's quiet, I still hear it, a soft rustling, a gentle creak. The sound of something out there, watching, waiting, remembering. I never contacted the Lennoxes again. I didn't ask how they knew what I had seen. I didn't ask about the child's voice or the man with the apples. I didn't ask about the sunflower that turned to watch me. I just left it all behind. And every time I pass a farm or a field or see a scarecrow standing silent and still, I look the other way. Because some rules are made to keep you safe, and others are made to keep you from ever returning. I hadn't seen Darren in over 2 months. We used to hit the bars every weekend, but lately he'd gone dark. No texts, no calls, just radio silence. I figured he was either buried in work or dealing with something personal. Then out of nowhere I got a message on a Wednesday night asking me to come by his place for drinks. Said he needed to talk. I could tell something was off the moment I answered. His voice was low, tired, not drunk exactly, but worn out, frayed at the edges. Still, I said I'd be there. He lived in a cramped apartment just outside Eldridge's city center, not far from the old tram yards. I hadn't been to his place in a while. When I showed up, the lights inside were dim, and the glow from his multiple monitors lit up the room like a spaceship cockpit. Darren had already started drinking by the time I arrived. Half a bottle of bourbon was gone, and he had another one waiting. He poured me a glass before I could even sit down. We made small talk for a bit, but it was like he wasn't really there, just nodding, sipping, watching the clock. Eventually, I asked what was going on. That's when the mood changed. His expression went from tired to haunted. "I shouldn't be telling you this," he said, rubbing his face, "but I can't keep this stuff to myself anymore." I always thought Darren worked some boring IT job with the municipal government. Something about data routing or system management. Turns out, that was just the surface. His real job was in surveillance, specifically managing the city's closed-circuit camera systems, thousands of them scattered throughout Eldridge and its surrounding boroughs. Everything from street intersections to parks to underground tunnels and loading bays. His team was responsible for sorting through the footage and categorizing it. Most of the files, he said, were harmless. 99.99% of the time it was parking violations, loiterers, shoplifters, the usual urban nonsense. That stuff got automatically tagged and dumped into cold storage. But then there was the fraction of footage that didn't fit cleanly into categories, anomalies. For those, Darren built an AI screening program that flagged anything abnormal, odd behavior, unrecognized motion patterns, inconsistent timestamps, gaps in continuity. Most of those were still explainable. And then there were the others. He called it the Marionette Vault, a special internal server, air-gapped from everything else, where he kept what he called the real footage, the stuff that couldn't be reasoned away. He said there were only about a dozen clips in the entire archive. Some were only a few seconds long, but they'd stuck with him in ways he couldn't shake. He stood up and walked me into the side room where his setup was. 5 screens, 3 external drives plugged in, and a thick binder of scribbled notes. "You ever see something that makes you question whether you're even awake?" he asked me, without looking back. "Like your eyes are lying." He pulled up a folder labeled Stone Window and opened a clip. The screen flickered, revealing black and white security cam footage of a place I recognized, Horner Street, near the northern edge of downtown, 2 in the morning. Nothing moved. Then from the left corner, a woman walked into frame. She looked over her shoulder, screamed, and took off running toward the camera. The clip jumped to another camera angle, this one perched higher, showing a better view of the street. The woman was still running, but she was alone. That was the strangest part. No one was chasing her. And yet she was screaming like someone or something was right behind her. The footage followed her to an empty intersection where she stopped and turned, as if cornered. Then her feet lifted from the ground. I mean that literally. Her entire body rose off the pavement, arms slack at her sides, head tilting backward, like something had grabbed her by the neck and hoisted her up. Then her head snapped sideways with a sickening jolt. Her body crumpled like paper. The screen went black. I sat there frozen. Darren poured himself another drink. "That was labeled as a hit and run," he said quietly, "officially." He told me he'd tracked down the police report. The footage had been flagged as corrupted, and the incident ruled a vehicular homicide. The real file, the one we just watched, never made it to the report. Before I could even fully process what I'd seen, he queued up another clip. This one was called Bone Crawl. Night vision footage from a subway platform, Kingswood Terminal. It was empty. The timestamp said it was around 2:40 in the morning. The station lights flickered and went out. The camera switched to infrared. Then something started crawling out of the tunnel. At first I couldn't tell what it was. Its body bent in impossible angles. It moved fast, crab-like, skittering across the tiles. It was a man, or what used to be one. Back arched backwards, limbs twisted, long hair matted in clumps, face obscured by shadows. He moved upside down, his stomach pointed skyward. I watched as he scaled the stairwell like a spider, made his way through the locked turnstiles, and squeezed through the exit gate. The next cut showed him emerging in an alley off 5th and Dorsey, dragging what looked like a small animal in his teeth. He disappeared down a storm grate. Another clip showed him again, days later, dragging something larger. This time, it was a person. The camera couldn't catch the whole scene clearly, but there was movement, kicking, screaming, then stillness. Darren whispered, "That's the one that haunts me." I didn't say anything for a long time. I couldn't. He had one more file lined up, said it was the one that scared him the most. I asked why. He said, "Because it's still happening." He clicked play, and the screens lit up with orbs. Darren leaned forward and pressed play. The screens lit up again, all showing different intersections across the city. These were wide-angle traffic cameras, perched on high poles, each one looking down on a crossroad. The timestamps showed they were synchronized. All of them were captured at exactly 2:16 in the morning on different days. The streets were deserted. No cars, no pedestrians, not even the flicker of headlights in the distance. Just cold pavement under orange streetlights. Then it happened. In the center of each intersection, a soft glow appeared. It was small at first, faint, just a speck of light. Then it pulsed and grew. It didn't flash. It just swelled in size until it was about the size of a basketball, floating a few feet above the ground. It didn't cast shadows. The light didn't bounce off anything, but the glow felt heavy. Like it took up space. Not just visually. It pressed against something unseen. I looked over at Darren, but he kept his eyes on the monitors. His face was pale, still. On one of the feeds, the glow expanded further. It began to stretch, pulling its light into strange shapes. The orb didn't just float anymore. It changed form. It twisted inward on itself like smoke and pulled apart like taffy, and then it vanished, not slowly, instantly, like it had never been there. I waited for Darren to say something, but he stayed quiet. He clicked forward on the timeline. Weeks later, different night, same intersections. The footage played again. This time, the glow returned faster. The orbs pulsed and grew just like before. But this time, they didn't vanish. They shifted, they took shape, and the shape was new. It was a sort of cloud, but not like fog. It was darker, thicker. The center of it pulsed with a faint red core, like something beating deep inside. The outer layers curled and moved on their own, like fabric in water. It floated above the street, slowly rotating. Every one of the clouds looked identical. Every cloud appeared in perfect sync across each screen. Then they began to drift, not randomly. They moved with purpose, sliding down streets, navigating around parked cars, turning corners, as if they knew where they were going. The security cameras followed them automatically. Darren had programmed tracking software that could maintain a lock on any moving object, and these things moved just like anything else the software would follow. Except they weren't human, they weren't animals, they weren't drones or gas or tricks of light. They were something else entirely. The more I watched, the less I could describe them. And yet they were real. My eyes were seeing them. I couldn't deny what I was watching. Eventually the clouds stopped moving. Each one paused at an intersection. They hovered again just above the asphalt, and their shape shifted into something more rigid. They rose vertically, now resembling tall ovals. A few looked like pods, others like doors. All of them stood still, humming faintly, their red cores pulsing in a slow rhythm. That was when people arrived. On one of the screens, a group of 4 men appeared, walking home from a bar. They were laughing, pushing each other, clearly drunk. But when they saw the cloud, they stopped. Their behavior changed instantly. They weren't startled. They weren't afraid. They were curious. One of the men walked up to the cloud. He reached out and touched it. His hand vanished into it without resistance. He looked back at his friends, then took a full step forward. His entire body disappeared. The others followed one by one, all walking calmly into the pulsing mass. A full minute passed before anything happened. Then the men reappeared. They stepped out of the cloud in perfect unison. Their postures were stiff, their arms hung at their sides, their faces were expressionless. Each one turned, walked a different direction, and left the camera's view. Darren paused the footage and looked at me. His eyes were rimmed red, not from tears, from exhaustion. "That part," he said, pointing to the screen. "I've seen it happen 16 times in the last 6 months. Different groups, always at night, always the same result." I didn't know what to say. I felt numb, confused, a little nauseous. He clicked to the next clip. It was more recent. This one showed an older couple walking their dog at around 2:40 in the morning. The cloud appeared down the street. They noticed it. The woman tugged the leash. The man hesitated, then pointed. They slowly approached the floating mass. The dog didn't bark. It didn't growl. It just stood still, tail stiff, watching the cloud with glassy eyes. The couple vanished into the cloud. A moment later, they stepped out. The dog was gone. Darren paused again. "They leave things behind sometimes," he said. "Sometimes it's a hat. Sometimes it's a backpack. Sometimes it's a person." I looked down at my drink. My hands were shaking. I realized I hadn't taken a sip since we came into the room. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice quieter than I expected. Darren didn't answer right away. He just loaded another video. The screen showed a close-up from a higher quality camera, one of the newer models with facial recognition. It was set in a narrow alley behind the West Park offices. 2 people entered the cloud. 1 came back. The other didn't. Darren said he tried searching for the missing person in local reports. Nothing. No alerts, no police bulletin, no news, as if the person had never existed. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his face. "There's more," he said. "Way more. But this is the pattern. It keeps happening, and no one's talking about it." I asked him why he didn't go public with the footage. He laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. "Because if I did," he said, "they'd make me disappear too. I've seen what they do to whistleblowers, but I think it's worse than just government cover-up. I think this goes deeper. I think this is something else." He looked over at me, suddenly serious. "You're the first person I've shown this to." A long silence filled the room. I didn't know what to say. My stomach was twisted into knots. Every hair on my body was standing on end. That was when Darren showed me the final clip of the night, one I wish I'd never seen. It was a clear recording, bright, detailed, not grainy like the rest. And the people stepping out of the cloud, one of them was someone I recognized, someone I knew, but it wasn't them anymore. The face on the screen didn't look directly at the camera. It didn't need to. I knew that face. The moment it appeared, my stomach dropped. It was Kelly, my cousin. We hadn't spoken in months, but there was no mistaking her. Same walk, same posture. She stepped out of the cloud slowly, like the others. Her arms were loose at her sides, her face unreadable. But something in her eyes was off. There was no light behind them, no spark. The Kelly I knew used to laugh loudly, wear wild-colored scarves, and get excited over the smallest things. The woman stepping out of that cloud looked like a wax figure made to resemble her, not the real thing. I looked at Darren, waiting for some kind of explanation, but his eyes were fixed on the screen. His mouth was a thin line. After a few seconds, he paused the footage. I could hear the hum of the hard drive spin down. I asked him when that was recorded. He said 3 weeks ago. I pulled my phone out and texted Kelly, just something simple. "Hey, how have you been?" The message sent, but the read receipt never came. "Have you talked to her since this?" I asked him. Darren nodded slowly. "A few days ago. I didn't tell her I'd seen this. I just wanted to know if she was all right." "And?" "She answered everything the right way. She sounded like herself, I guess. But it didn't feel right. I don't know how else to put it." He was right. I had that same feeling, like a song where all the notes are in the right place, but it's missing the soul. I asked him what he thought was happening, what he thought the clouds really were. He leaned back in his chair, rubbed his eyes with his knuckles. I don't know. That's the worst part. I have theories, sure, but nothing that fits all of it. Sometimes they show up randomly. Sometimes they appear in patterns. Some nights there's more than one. Other nights, nothing. And the people who go in, they always come out looking fine, healthy. But they're not the same. Something is different. Something under the surface. That silence settled over the room again, thick and hard to breathe through. I couldn't get the image of Kelly's face out of my head. I wondered how many others I'd passed on the street, in the store, in traffic, people I used to know, or maybe just strangers who weren't entirely themselves anymore. Darren got up and poured us both another drink. Neither of us touched it. He set down his glass and said, "I don't think it's just replacing people. I think it's collecting something, or testing, like it's trying to figure us out." The way he said it made my skin crawl. I asked him if he'd told anyone else. He shook his head. "I keep thinking about going to someone, a journalist, a cop I trust. But how do I explain all this without sounding like I've lost my mind? And if I'm right, if someone is letting this happen, then what if they already know? What if they're okay with it?" It was hard to argue. The deeper we went, the worse it all felt. Darren clicked open another folder on his desktop. This one was labeled simply, "Stay." The screen showed more camera feeds, but this time they were all from neighborhoods, driveways, backyard cameras, home surveillance systems. The timestamp on the first file read 4:53 in the morning. The street was dark. The houses were still. Then, the camera caught movement. A figure emerged from behind one of the houses and slowly walked down the sidewalk. I watched it closely. It was a man, tall, slender. He wore normal clothes, jeans, a sweatshirt, but his arms didn't move when he walked. They stayed pinned at his sides. His legs moved just slightly too smooth, like his joints were loose. The skin on his face was pale, almost gray under the streetlights. He moved with purpose, straight down the street, pausing only once to look directly into a front window. Darren pointed. "That's a return." "You're sure?" He nodded. "I ran facial matches. He was recorded entering one of the clouds 3 nights earlier. This is him afterward." I felt another chill ripple across my skin. The man stopped at a driveway. Then he stood there, perfectly still, for over 2 minutes before turning and continuing down the street. He never knocked. Never broke in. Just stared. We watched 3 more clips, all of them the same. Individuals who had entered the cloud were later recorded visiting random homes, staring into windows, sometimes standing for hours before disappearing into the dark. I turned to Darren. "Why are they doing that?" He shook his head. "I think they're studying us, or maybe remembering something. I don't know, but I don't think they're acting alone anymore. I think whatever came out of that cloud, it's not just walking around like us, it's planning something." The air in the room felt thinner by the minute. I felt like I was suffocating just from sitting still. Darren's hands were shaking as he scrolled through the final folder. This one was labeled "Voice." He clicked a file. The screen stayed black, but speakers came to life with audio. It was quiet at first, just soft ambient city sounds. Then a voice came through. At first, it was whispering. Then it said clearly, "We see you." The voice wasn't normal. It was layered, like multiple versions of itself speaking at once, slightly out of sync, male and female, high and low. It sounded like it wasn't recorded from the outside, but from inside someone's head. I froze. "What is that?" Darren looked at me, his eyes wide. That file showed up on my work server. It wasn't recorded by any camera. It was just there. No data trail, no metadata, no explanation. It just appeared. Like something uploaded it directly. I didn't ask who he meant by something. I didn't want to. As we sat in that room, surrounded by flickering monitors and endless files, the weight of what we were seeing finally hit me. This wasn't about one strange video or a conspiracy theory. This was happening. This was real. Something had arrived, something we didn't understand, and it was already walking among us. I told Darren we needed to figure out our next step, that we had to do something. He didn't answer right away. Then he looked at me and said, quietly, "I don't think we have much time." The following morning, I woke up on Darren's couch, stiff from the awkward angle I'd passed out in. Sunlight was peeking through the slits in the blinds, but even the light didn't feel right. It felt cold, pale, like something trying to imitate morning. Darren was already up. I could hear him moving around in the kitchen, the soft clinking of a spoon against a mug. When I sat up, I noticed the monitors were still on, most of them now paused on different frames of the cloud footage. It was as if the images had stayed frozen all night, watching us sleep. Darren walked into the room with a coffee for me. He didn't speak at first, just handed me the mug and stared at the monitors. "I didn't sleep," he finally said. "I kept thinking about what we saw, about Kelly, about the people in those clouds." I nodded, taking a sip, the coffee bitter but necessary. "What happens now?" I asked. He shrugged. "I need to know if it's still happening, if there's been any new sightings. I checked the feeds this morning. No new orbs last night, but that doesn't mean it's over." He clicked his mouse, bringing up a new folder. This one was labeled Activity Logs. He opened a subfolder called Unknown Movements. The first few files were nothing we hadn't seen before. The odd cloud pulse, a few recordings of the same cloud forming at separate intersections. But then we came across something different. The file started with a standard city street, just after midnight. Empty. A few parked cars, streetlights flickering slightly from wind or faulty wiring. Then from the left side of the screen, a figure entered. It was a man, middle-aged, wearing a suit, briefcase in hand, walking with purpose, except his stride was mechanical. The same distance between every step, every arm swing identical. He looked like a person pretending to be a person, and then he stopped in the middle of the street. From the top right corner of the screen, a second figure entered. A woman this time. She wore casual clothes, a jacket and jeans, her hair tied back. But she too had that same unnatural walk. She stopped opposite the man. They didn't speak, didn't wave, just stared at each other. Then, at the exact same time, they turned toward the camera. The image froze. Darren didn't press play again. "That happened 3 nights ago," he said. No record of either of them living on that street. No one reported anything strange, but I ran facial recognition. Both of them entered clouds last month, different nights, different parts of the city. I didn't say anything. I just stared at the screen. My chest felt tight, like something was sitting on it. It was starting to become clear that the clouds weren't just changing people. They were coordinating something. Darren opened a map on one of the monitors. He'd been tracking the cloud appearances. There were dozens of pins across the city, blue for first appearances, green for disappearances, red for returns. The red ones were beginning to form a pattern. They weren't scattered randomly like the others. They were slowly building toward something, a shape, a direction. He pointed at the screen. "If it keeps up like this, they'll all meet here," he said, tapping a point in the center of the map. "Right in the financial district, downtown." "What's there?" I asked. "A lot. Government buildings, news stations, corporate headquarters. If something was planning to make a statement or a move, that would be the place." A chill ran down my spine. It wasn't just about isolated incidents anymore. This felt like preparation, like the calm before something far worse. We spent the rest of the day reviewing more footage. In one video, a man entered a cloud in the middle of a deserted park. He reappeared minutes later, then walked to a nearby bench and sat motionless for hours. In another, a child approached the cloud alone and entered. But the figure that came back out wasn't walking like a child. The gait was taller, more deliberate. I started to feel nauseous watching it all. My mind couldn't keep pace with the unease curling tighter with every passing clip. These clouds weren't random. They were doing something, making something. Changing people in ways no one could see until it was too late. As night began to fall, Darren turned to me. "I need to show you something else," he said. "But you have to promise me you'll be careful with it. This wasn't archived with the others. I found it hidden on a server used by emergency services. I don't think I was supposed to see it." He opened the file. It was body camera footage from a paramedic responding to a call in a residential neighborhood. The footage was shaky as the paramedic ran up the sidewalk toward a house. The dispatcher in the background was calling it in as a code gray. That usually meant psychiatric. The paramedic entered the home. The camera panned across a living room with toys scattered across the floor. A woman stood in the corner, shaking, pointing down the hallway. The camera followed her direction. At the end of the hallway was a boy, maybe 10 years old, sitting calmly on the floor. The paramedic approached slowly, asking if he was hurt. The boy didn't answer. Then he looked directly into the camera and said, "You're not supposed to see this yet." The footage cut out. Darren leaned back, his face pale. That was 2 days ago. I traced the call. There was no record of any dispatch to that house. No paramedics were logged. The child doesn't match any known identity. But the footage was still there, hidden in a place no one would check unless they knew where to look. My throat was dry. What does that mean? Darren didn't answer. He didn't have to. The message was clear. They knew we were watching. They had started to speak back. The tension in Darren's apartment was impossible to ignore. Even with the curtains drawn and the lights dimmed, everything felt exposed. It was like the footage had bled into the room and made it impossible for anything to feel normal. Neither of us spoke for a long time. We just sat there, watching the blinking cursor on the paused video, hearing the echo of that boy's voice in our minds. "You're not supposed to see this yet." Darren eventually stood up and paced toward his desk. His fingers hovered over the keyboard before he pulled up another folder. This one was labeled Crossmatch. I leaned forward as he clicked through file names, most of them looking like combinations of locations, times, and initials. He opened a file called Jackson Square Lot B. It was surveillance footage from a parking garage. The timestamp read just after 3 in the morning, a week prior. The camera looked down on a row of parked vehicles, everything quiet. Then a man appeared at the edge of the frame, walking with the same 2 consistent movements we had seen before. He stopped near a white sedan, then turned his head slowly, looking directly at the camera. No expression, no hesitation. He stood there for 30 seconds. Then a woman entered the frame from the opposite direction. She approached him without speaking, and the two walked out of frame side by side. "What is this?" I asked. Darren's face was tight, his eyes locked to the screen. "That's Dr. Patel. She was one of the first people I traced from the cloud footage. The man with her? I didn't recognize him until I ran his image through some old city employee directories." He clicked open another tab and pulled up a photograph. The same man, smiling, in a staff ID photo. "That's Walter Bramley. He used to work in the city's infrastructure office, retired 5 years ago." I squinted. "So he came back?" "No," Darren said, dragging another window over. "He died 3 months ago. Heart attack at home. It was in the paper." I stared at the two of them walking off into the grainy dark. Darren leaned back, rubbing the back of his neck. "That's what I've been trying to piece together. People that reappear after the clouds, they're not just changed. Sometimes they're not even the same people anymore. Or maybe they are, but something else is wearing their faces." I couldn't breathe properly. Everything in my chest felt too tight. My fingers gripped the edge of the table without realizing it. Darren stood and crossed to the far side of the room. He unlocked a drawer and pulled out a slim black binder. Inside were printed screenshots, notes, and maps. All handwritten, not saved on any system. He flipped through them until he reached a spread covered in red marker. "This is a timeline," he said. "These are the cloud appearances. These are the people we know walked into them. These," he pointed at the red symbols, "are the ones that came back." "What about the ones that didn't?" He hesitated, then pulled out a separate page. "Missing persons, hundreds of them, spread across neighborhoods. No connections, no patterns. At least, that's what the authorities say. But I've been cross-referencing their last known locations. Many of them disappeared within 24 hours of a cloud forming in that area." I didn't know what to say. Darren let out a breath. We're not just watching a phenomenon, we're watching an invasion. That word hit like ice water. I stood up and paced the room. What are we supposed to do? We can't exactly go to the police with this. We'd sound insane. He nodded. We can't, and besides, some of them might already be compromised. My mind reeled. Then what? Just keep watching while more people get taken? No, Darren said. There's another way. I've been monitoring the energy spikes around cloud events. It's subtle, but it's consistent. I think I can trace them back to where the source is. My eyes locked on his. You think there's a source? There has to be. Something is creating these things. If we can find it, maybe we can stop it. That felt like a long shot, but it was better than doing nothing. We started prepping that night. Darren pulled together mobile drives, copied key footage, and packed a bag with backup batteries and camera gear. He said the next surge was predicted to happen around the edge of the old Fairgate industrial zone. Most of the buildings there were abandoned, the whole area fenced off after an electrical fire years ago. No one would question if something strange was happening out there. No one would even notice. As we drove through the empty streets, I kept checking the rearview mirror, not for cars, but for people walking too still, faces watching too long. Everything outside felt just slightly wrong, like we had already crossed into something we couldn't escape. We parked near a rusted-out gate and climbed through a tier in the fence. The air inside was different, heavier. Each step echoed too loudly. The old warehouses loomed in the dark like sleeping giants, their windows broken and their steel siding rusted to orange and brown. Darren's equipment was already picking up something, a rising signal, slow but steady. He pointed toward one of the larger buildings at the center of the complex. There, he whispered, whatever it is, it's strongest there. We approached the building carefully. The closer we got, the worse the air felt, like walking through static. My skin prickled, my vision blurred at the edges. I had to blink constantly just to focus. And then I saw it. A glow. Subtle at first, barely visible through the cracks in the structure. We reached a broken window and peered inside. There, floating silently in the middle of the vast open space, was a cloud, larger than any we had seen before. It pulsed gently, each wave of light rippling outward like a slow heartbeat. Around it stood people. Dozens of them. Perfectly still. Eyes closed. Arms by their sides. All facing the cloud. My body froze. My breath caught in my throat. I recognized one of them. The woman from the first video Darren ever showed me. She was still wearing the same clothes. Darren's voice came barely above a whisper. It's not just creating copies, it's holding them, feeding off something. We needed to leave. We needed to get this footage out and figure out what came next. But just as we turned, we heard movement. Behind us, more people were approaching, from the other end of the building. They were walking with the same too-perfect rhythm. And they had seen us. We did not wait to see how many of them were coming. Darren shoved the camera into his pack, and we ran. Through the broken window, across the uneven lot filled with weeds and rotting pallets, past the fences and rusted scaffolding, our boots pounded the dirt and concrete like it might give way beneath us. We did not speak. Breathing was already hard enough. Every instinct in me screamed to get away from that warehouse, from those unmoving people, from that impossible cloud pulsing in the dark. When we reached the car, Darren fumbled with the keys, dropping them once before we got the doors unlocked, and climbed inside. He started the engine, and we peeled away from the lot without even checking the mirrors. The silence in the car was thick. The tires hummed against the road, but neither of us said a word until we were back under the glow of normal street lights. When we were finally far enough that the signal on Darren's meter had gone silent, he pulled the car into a parking lot and shut off the engine. We sat there for a while, catching our breath. Eventually I turned to him and said, "You got all of it, right?" He nodded, pulling the camera from his bag and checking the footage. "Every second. We have the location. We have proof they're gathering. And we know it's growing." I looked out the window at the stillness of the city around us. Everything looked normal again. But that was the problem. Normal was now just a mask. Something had gotten in, and it was wearing our faces. Darren packed everything into a hard drive, backing up the footage in triplicate. He stashed one copy at his place, one in a lockbox at a local bank, and gave the third to me. I took it without saying anything. We both understood that if one of us disappeared, the other would have to be the one to sound the alarm, not to the police, but to someone who might actually listen. Journalists, maybe, researchers, anyone who still believed in truth. Over the next 2 days, we tracked activity in the surrounding neighborhoods. Clouds were no longer just appearing downtown or in the subway system. They were moving outward into the residential blocks, into places where people did not question flickering lights or silent streets. We started mapping their patterns, trying to anticipate where the next manifestation would occur. But they were always a step ahead. I began noticing people around me acting strangely. A neighbor I had known for years stopped smiling. His wife stood at the window for hours without blinking. I saw the mail carrier walking her route with the same too-perfect pace we had seen on the footage, never slowing, never adjusting her path, even when she bumped into someone. Darren was seeing it too. We were afraid to even talk on the phone anymore. Every conversation happened in person and always in motion, as if staying still made it easier for something to find you. Then the messages started. It was a Wednesday night when I got the first one. An email from an address I didn't recognize. No subject line, no greeting, just a link to a video file. I should have ignored it, deleted it, but curiosity won. I clicked. It was a still shot from one of the city's traffic cameras. Of me, standing outside my apartment. Only it wasn't me. The person in the video looked just like me. Same clothes, same haircut, even the same bag slung over his shoulder. But something in the posture was wrong. The angle of the neck. The way the arms hung slightly too still. He stood there for several minutes before walking off down the street. My phone buzzed with a new message. This time it had words. Soon. I rushed over to Darren's place, hard drive clutched in my bag, and pounded on the door until he let me in. I told him everything, showed him the footage. He went pale but said nothing. Instead, he pulled me to his laptop and showed me his own message. Same video, only this time the lookalike was standing outside his building. The message underneath simply said, "Ready." Something had changed. We were not just observers anymore. We were targets. We spent the rest of the night planning our next move. We needed to go back to the warehouse, as insane as that sounded. Darren believed the cloud was the center of it all. If we could get closer, maybe record more, maybe get something no one could explain away, we might have a real shot at exposing this. He also said something else, something I had not expected. I don't think it's just copying people. I think it's learning. I frowned. What do you mean? He tapped the folder labeled Pattern Repeats. The people that come back, they don't just walk the same way. They act the same. They say the same things. It's like it starts simple, just mimicking movement. Then it gets smarter. It starts talking, smiling, blending in. That's what makes it worse, I whispered, because then you stop noticing. He nodded. Exactly, and eventually, we won't be able to tell at all. We waited 2 more days, just long enough for things to settle. Then we made our move. Late at night, under heavy cloud cover, we returned to the industrial zone. This time, the warehouse was empty. No lights, no glow, no figures. Just dust and silence. I felt something tighten in my chest. It's gone? Darren was already scanning with his device. No, it's not gone. It moved. He turned slowly in a circle, following the signal. It pointed not to the building, but to a spot in the lot behind it. A manhole cover. Heavy, rusted, but still intact. We looked at each other. Neither of us wanted to do it. But we had come too far. Together we pried it open, the metal screeching loud against the night. A wave of damp, stagnant air hit us. Below, a rusted ladder descended into darkness. I climbed down first. Each rung felt slick. My hands trembled, but I kept going. At the bottom, a narrow tunnel stretched out in both directions. The walls were brick and concrete, some covered in moss, others in graffiti. Darren joined me, holding a flashlight, its beam cutting through the shadows. We moved slowly, following the signal. And then we heard it. Not footsteps. Not speech. But breathing. Not ours. The sound of breathing echoed through the tunnel, bouncing off the wet stone walls, soft but steady. Not fast, not panting. Just calm, measured inhales and exhales, as though whoever or whatever was down here had been waiting a long time and saw no reason to rush now. I motioned for Darren to kill the flashlight. The tunnel went pitch black. My heart beat so hard I thought it might echo too. We pressed ourselves to the wall, barely daring to breathe. The breathing grew louder, closer, steady as a metronome. I gripped the edge of my bag, feeling the cold metal of the backup flashlight inside, but did not dare turn it on. In the dark, the rules felt clearer. Movement meant notice. Sound meant exposure. Stillness was survival. Then, just like that, the breathing stopped. A soft clicking sound followed, like something tapping against the tunnel floor, then silence again. We waited another full minute before Darren whispered, barely audible, "We need to go, now." He turned the flashlight back on, careful to aim it low. The tunnel was empty. No movement. But something had definitely been there. We moved fast and quiet, following the signal on Darren's reader. It spiked as we turned a corner, passing rusted old maintenance doors, long unused electrical boxes, and collapsed sections of wall. The air grew colder as we descended deeper, the signal growing stronger. Then we reached it. The chamber. It was wide and circular, like a cistern that had once held water, but now sat empty. At the center was a massive metal frame, rusted and open like a gate, with no door. Around it were dozens of broken security cameras, shattered monitors, piles of worn-out hard drives. The signal on Darren's reader was off the charts. In the middle of the frame hovered one of the clouds. This one was larger than any we had seen before, the size of a van, swirling in slow fractal spirals. Its surface pulsed with soft light, glowing and dimming like it had a heartbeat. We didn't need to be told. We knew this was the first one, the source. Darren whispered, "It's not just spreading, it's building something." I nodded slowly. The clouds were not random. They had intelligence, direction. And this frame, this gate, it was not just decoration. It was functional. It was part of a process. Darren pulled out his camera. I stepped closer to the edge, staring at the way the light inside the cloud twisted reality, bending the shape of the room around it ever so slightly. Like it existed halfway in and halfway out of our world. Then the breathing returned. But this time, it was not alone. From the tunnels behind us came footsteps, dozens of them, uniform, heavy, not running, marching. Darren spun, the camera still in hand. I grabbed his arm. "The exit," I said. We turned and ran, but the tunnel behind us was no longer just a tunnel. It was filled with them, people, or not people, standing still, watching. We backed away. "There has to be another way out," I whispered, heart racing. But the only other path was toward the cloud. Darren looked at me. "We have to destroy it." I knew he was right. We didn't come just to document anymore. If we left it here, left it growing, it would not stop. The city would fall. The people who had already changed, who had gone through, were only the beginning. He pulled a flare from his bag and lit it. The red glow spread over the chamber, casting dancing shadows across the curved walls. He tossed it underhand toward the base of the frame. Then another. And another. Each landed perfectly, the chemicals hissing as the heat spread. The cloud pulsed sharply, suddenly agitated. Then it began to shift. It folded in on itself, changing shape, condensing. A low sound came from it, like metal bending under enormous pressure. We stumbled backward as the air around us grew warmer, and the very walls of the chamber began to hum. Darren grabbed the last flare and ran forward, hurling it directly into the heart of the cloud. The light burst, and the entire chamber went white. I do not remember hitting the ground. When I woke, it was morning. I was lying in the alley behind the warehouse. My body ached, and my ears rang like I had stood next to a bomb. Darren lay nearby, unconscious but breathing. The manhole was sealed behind us. No glow, no cloud, just sky. He woke a few minutes later, groggy and coughing. We sat together in silence, trying to piece together how we got out. We didn't have answers, not clear ones, but something was gone. We felt it. Like a weight had lifted from the air around us. Back at his place, we reviewed the footage. Most of it had been wiped, corrupted, like the light had burned through the electronics. But some remained, blurry images, fragments of code, the silhouettes of those not people standing in the tunnel. It was enough to know we had not imagined any of it. The next few weeks passed in a strange haze. Things went quiet. The signal reader stayed flat. The footage Darren had collected over the years showed no new activity. The orbs were gone. The clouds had stopped. The people who had changed, if they were still out there, had gone quiet too. Maybe disconnected, maybe dormant, or maybe they had never been people at all. We backed up the remnants of our evidence and stored it far away. We told no one. There was no one to tell. Who would believe it? A city infected by something that wore our faces. A silent invasion no one ever saw. Darren moved away first, left the city entirely. I stayed a little longer, but eventually I left too. Every now and then, I feel that hum in the back of my skull, like a memory trying to resurface. I hear that breathing in dreams. I see the light when I close my eyes. But I know we stopped something. Maybe not forever, maybe not everywhere. But here, at least, it ended. And I never go near those tunnels again. Not even in daylight. Have you ever followed a rule without knowing why? A rule that looked strange or pointless, but felt like it carried a hidden warning. Maybe something your gut didn't fully understand, but made you obey it anyway. Some rules are there to protect you. Others exist to protect something else, from you, or from getting out. I didn't understand that until I became a ranger at Marrow Ridge. My name's Devin, and I'm 22 years old. I used to think working in a national park would be peaceful. Scenic trails, friendly hikers, maybe the occasional bear sighting. I thought it would be quiet, easy, but Marrow Ridge wasn't like any park I'd ever visited. It wasn't even on my radar. I never applied there. Didn't even know it existed until I got the call. I'd been looking for work for months, sending out application after application. A lot of silence, a lot of rejection. Then out of nowhere, one afternoon my phone rang. A low, clipped voice on the other end said, "We reviewed your file. We'd like you to start right away. No interview, no questions. Just a job handed to me like it had already been decided." I should have said no. Something about it felt off. But my savings were almost gone and I was desperate. So I packed a bag and drove west, deeper into the mountain ranges than I'd ever been before. The further I went, the more everything around me started to feel strange. The roads thinned, the trees closed in, the towns grew more spaced out and quieter. By the time I reached the ranger station, I felt like I'd crossed into a different world. The building was tucked between tall black pines, the kind that blocked out most of the sun. It looked old, more like a hunting lodge than a ranger outpost. A man was standing outside when I pulled up. His name was Hendricks. He looked about 50, thick gray beard, sun-weathered skin, heavy eyes. He barely said hello before waving me inside. The first few minutes were normal. We went over protocol, emergency response stuff, how to report animal sightings, what gear I'd need. He moved through it fast, like it was something he'd done 100 times before. Then, without warning, he opened a drawer and slid a folded sheet of paper across the desk. "These are the rules you'll follow while you're here," he said. I unfolded the paper. The creases were deep and worn. The ink looked faded in spots, like it had been photocopied too many times. The list was short, but it made my stomach twist. "Do not enter the woods between 2:20 in the morning and 3:34. If you are already inside during that time, leave immediately. If you see a woman in a pale gray dress standing by the tree line, do not approach her. Do not speak. Do not let her see you blink. Ignore any voice calling your name from beyond the trees. No one is out there after dark. If you hear whistling at night, go inside. Lock every door. Wait for it to stop. If a man wearing a ranger uniform asks you to help him after the sun has set, do not follow him. Do not look directly at the tower on Ridgewatch Hill after midnight. If you see lights, close your eyes and count to 10 before turning away. If you find a deer standing still, staring at you, do not look away. Maintain eye contact. Back away slowly. Do not turn your back. They cannot move while the sun is down." I looked up from the paper, waiting for the punchline. Hendricks said nothing. His face didn't even twitch. "This is a joke, right?" I asked. "Some hazing thing?" "No," he said. "It isn't." He leaned back in his chair and stared at me for a long moment. Then he added, "Follow every rule. That's not a suggestion." I didn't press him. Something in his tone told me not to. The next few nights passed without anything unusual. I stayed in the bunkhouse behind the station, did my scheduled trail sweeps, checked the cameras. Everything seemed fine, quiet. I kept the rules in my back pocket but mostly pushed them to the back of my mind, until the 5th night. It was close to 1 in the morning. I had finished my patrols early and was going through reports in the main office when I heard it. Whistling. It was slow and tuneless, not music, just a wandering melody that floated in through the back window. I froze. It didn't sound like wind. It didn't sound like an animal. And even if it was another ranger, who would be whistling out here at this hour? The rule came to me immediately. If you hear whistling at night, go inside. Lock every door. Wait for it to stop. I jumped to my feet and bolted for the door. I slammed it shut and turned the lock. The back window was still cracked open, and the sound got louder. I latched it with shaking hands and dropped the blinds. The whistling circled the building. It came from the north side, then the south, then paused just beneath the floorboards. It never sounded rushed, never frantic, just slow and steady, like someone walking without purpose. My heart raced, but I didn't move. I sat in the dark for nearly 20 minutes, gripping the edge of the desk until my knuckles went pale. Then, just like that, it stopped. The silence afterward was worse somehow. It rang in my ears. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, Hendricks didn't ask what happened. I didn't tell him. But I started taking the rules seriously after that. And I started to realize something else. The rules weren't there to explain anything. They weren't there to comfort or inform. They were warnings, thin lines between what we understood and what we didn't. 3 nights later, I was on the far eastern trail, a quiet path that curved along a shallow ridge. The moon was low, spilling just enough silver light to see a few feet in front of me. The trees rustled with wind, or maybe it was something else, but I kept walking. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied. I should have changed the batteries, but I kept forgetting. I was focused on finishing my shift. I just wanted to get back to the bunkhouse and collapse. That was when I saw her. A figure standing at the edge of the tree line, pale against the dark woods. She wore a long gray dress that hung loosely over her frame. She wasn't moving, not waving. Just standing, facing me, like she had been waiting for something. My first thought was that it was a lost hiker, maybe someone who wandered too far and ended up off trail, maybe someone who needed help. But even as the thought passed, something inside me recoiled. My instinct screamed at me that this wasn't normal, that this wasn't human. Then I remembered the rule. If you see a woman in a gray dress standing near the trees, do not approach, do not speak. Do not let her see you blink. I stood frozen, my breath catching in my throat, my eyes locked onto her. I could not see her face clearly, only the outline, but something about it felt wrong. Too smooth, too still. She wasn't breathing. Her chest didn't rise. Her hands hung limp at her sides. And then she tilted her head. Just slightly. The motion was slow, deliberate, unnatural. I realized I had not blinked in what felt like an eternity. My eyes burned, but I knew I couldn't close them. I felt like a statue trapped in a silent standoff with something I did not understand. The wind picked up, but she didn't move. Her dress didn't sway. Her hair didn't shift. The air around her was untouched. I counted slowly in my head. I didn't know what I was waiting for. A sign to run, a signal that I could breathe. I just knew I couldn't be the first one to break. Then, as silently as she appeared, she took a step backward. Then another. And then she was gone. Swallowed by the forest, as if she had never been there at all. Only when she vanished did I blink. My eyes watered immediately, and I had to lean against a tree to steady myself. I stood there for a long moment, chest heaving, heart slamming against my ribs. When I was sure she wouldn't return, I turned and walked back the way I came, never once looking behind me. That night, I didn't speak to Hendricks. I went straight to the bunkhouse, locked the door, and sat at the edge of my bed, with the list of rules in my lap. I read each one, slowly, like they were scripture. I was starting to understand. This place wasn't just strange, it was wrong. Like it sat on the edge of something ancient and hungry. And those rules were the only thread keeping us from being pulled in. By the end of that week, I had every word memorized. I never left without the list in my pocket. I followed every instruction exactly. I checked the time constantly, never stepped into the woods too late, and always kept my eyes open at the tree line. But then something new happened. I was doing a sweep just past midnight, heading up the narrow trail that led toward the old lookout point on Firewatch Hill. The path was lined with tall evergreens that blocked out the stars, making it feel like walking through a tunnel. As I reached the clearing, I looked up at the tower. It was dark. But then, as I turned to leave, I saw it. A light. Faint, barely visible, glowing in the top window of the Firewatch tower. Rule number 6, do not look directly at the tower after midnight. If you see lights, close your eyes and count to 10 before looking away. I snapped my eyes shut. I could still feel the glow pressing behind my lids. My stomach twisted, a sick lurch of pressure building in my chest. I started counting, 1, 2, 3. Each number felt longer than the last. By the time I reached 10, the air felt colder. My hands were shaking. I opened my eyes. The light was gone. I backed away slowly, turning only when I was halfway down the path. Every part of me felt like it was bracing for something to come crashing through the trees. Nothing did. But I never went near that tower again. 2 nights later, it was raining. Not a soft drizzle, but a heavy downpour that turned the trails to mud and drowned out every natural sound. My boots sloshed with every step. The flashlight barely cut through the sheets of water. I was doing a final sweep before sheltering in the station when I saw it. A man. Standing in the middle of the trail ahead of me, wearing a ranger uniform. Tall, still, water soaking through his jacket, his face shadowed beneath the brim of his hat. He raised a hand and waved. "Hey," he called, "can you help me with something?" His voice was flat, off. My breath caught. My mind reeled back to the list. If a man in a ranger uniform asks you to follow him after dark, do not go. I stood still. The man didn't move. "Lost someone," he said, "out near the ravine. Need an extra pair of hands." I didn't respond. His head tilted, the brim of his hat lifted just enough for me to see his eyes. They weren't eyes. Just 2 black holes, empty, bottomless. I turned and ran. The mud sucked at my boots, my heart pounded. I didn't stop until I reached the station, slammed the door, locked it behind me, and collapsed against the floor. I waited there for hours. No footsteps followed, no voice called out. But something had worn my face. Something had learned how to sound like me. And now, I was afraid that would not be the last time. The next morning, I woke up to silence. I had barely slept, my thoughts running wild all night long, chasing every sound that echoed through the ranger station. My mind had replayed the image of the man in the uniform again and again, the way he had spoken with my voice, the way he stood there, unmoving and unnatural, and those eyes, that endless black. I knew what I had seen. I just did not know what it wanted. At breakfast, I sat across from Hendricks. He looked tired, eyes rimmed red, his hands wrapped around a steaming mug of coffee that he had not taken a sip from. We did not talk about what I had seen. I did not bring it up, and neither did he. Maybe he already knew. Maybe he had seen it himself. That was how things worked at Warden's Reach. You learned quickly not to ask too many questions. Some knowledge was a burden. Some questions only dragged the answers closer. But that afternoon, Hendricks handed me something I had never seen before. It was a second list, printed on yellowing paper, the corners soft from age and handling. He said nothing, just tapped the back of it and left me alone in the mess hall. I opened the list with shaking hands. It was shorter than the one taped in my room. Just 4 new rules, 4 warnings. Do not attempt to follow the whistling after it fades. The whistler is patient. It enjoys company. If you find your own voice echoing in the woods before you speak, leave immediately. The echo is trying to learn how to be you. If the fog rolls in before sunset, do not remain outside. Fog is not scheduled. Fog is a visitor. And the last one was just 1 line. No explanation, no context. If the sky turns red, lie flat on the ground and do not breathe. I read the list twice, maybe 3 times. The first 2 warnings chilled me to the bone. The idea that something could be mimicking me, trying to replace me, felt like confirmation of what I had already started to fear. But the 3rd and 4th rules were the ones that stuck in my mind like splinters. Fog is not scheduled. Fog is a visitor. What did that even mean? And the sky turning red, I had never seen it, but the rule was there. That meant someone had. Later that night, I was assigned patrol along Ridgewater Trail. It was quiet, colder than usual, and the silence hung over the forest like a weight. Even the wind had stilled, the leaves unmoving as if they were holding their breath. Halfway through the loop, I heard something that made me stop in my tracks. It was faint, barely audible, but it was definitely there. Whistling. It was not like someone casually blowing a tune. It was slow, deliberate, like someone trying to lure something in, or lure someone out. I froze. The rule came to mind instantly. If you hear whistling between midnight and dawn, go inside, lock the doors, wait until it stops. But I wasn't near the station. I wasn't near anywhere safe. I ducked down behind a fallen log, switched off my flashlight, and waited. The sound circled, weaving through the trees, coming from all directions, and none at once. At some point, I realized it had stopped. But something in me shifted. I felt it, a wrongness in the air, like a storm about to break, or the pressure right before a lightning strike. That was when I heard it. My voice. It was faint at first, like someone whispering into the darkness. Then it got louder. Connor? It sounded exactly like me. It said my name the way I say it when I am annoyed. I could hear my own cadence, my own rhythm. But I had not spoken. It came again. Connor, where are you? This time, it came from my left. Then my right. Then ahead. It was mimicking me, searching, practicing. I gritted my teeth, reached for my radio and whispered, "Hendricks." He responded instantly. "You hear it?" "Yes." "Do not run." My heart thundered. What do I do? Backtrack slowly. Do not let it know you are afraid. The voice came again, this time closer, louder. It sounded more confident, more real. I began walking backward along the trail, keeping my steps slow and measured. I did not look around. I kept my eyes on the dirt in front of me. I focused on my breathing, forced it to stay even, steady. Then something stepped onto the trail behind me. I felt it, the weight, the shift in the air. I could hear its breathing. It was my breathing. Exactly the same. I didn't stop. I didn't speed up. I just kept walking. Eventually, I felt the pressure lift, the presence faded. And then I was alone. I made it back to the station before dawn. Hendricks was waiting for me on the porch, a cigarette hanging loose from his lips. He didn't ask questions, just handed me a cup of tea and sat beside me in silence. When the sun came up, I went inside, took the original list of rules off my wall, and rewrote it on fresh paper with the new ones added. I wanted to make sure I never forgot. I folded it and put it in my jacket pocket. There were no accidents here, no forgotten warnings. Everything was calculated, everything was waiting. I asked Hendricks once what would happen if I broke one of the rules. Just one. He looked me in the eyes and said, "You would not get a second chance." That night, I took the trail up toward the overlook behind the station. It was one of the few places where you could see the whole stretch of the valley, a quiet clearing that felt untouched by whatever cursed weight hung over the forest. The wind whispered gently through the pine trees. For a moment, I let myself believe it was just a regular place. Then the fog started to roll in. Not a slow build. It just appeared, a curtain of white, swallowing the trees, drifting low along the ground, coiling through the underbrush. I stared at it. The third new rule: if the fog rolls in before sunset, do not remain outside. The sun was still up. Barely. But it was. I turned and ran, full sprint. Branches whipped past me. My boots slipped in the soft earth. The fog followed, not fast but deliberate, creeping behind me like it knew exactly where I was going. I threw open the station door and slammed it shut behind me. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows like hands searching for a way in. But I was safe. For now. And I knew then, without question, that something out there did not want us to leave. And more importantly, it wanted to be let in. I did not sleep that night. The fog clung to the ranger station for hours, pressing in like it had a mind of its own. It wasn't natural. I know fog can be heavy in the mountains, especially after a warm day, but this felt different. It didn't swirl. It didn't shift. It just sat there, thick and unmoving, like a wall made of breath. Even when I turned on the outside lights, it refused to scatter. It only glowed, a pale yellow haze that made the shadows deeper somehow. By dawn, it was gone. Just like that. No trace of it. The windows were dry. The trees stood still, innocent. But I knew better now. That place had rules for a reason, and the fog was one of them. When I finally did sleep, it was short and shallow. I dreamt of the forest, of the woman in white, of the echo with my voice. When I woke up, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. But it was time to head back out. Warden's Reach doesn't wait for you to be ready. Ranger Hendricks was quiet that morning. He handed me a thermos of coffee and didn't say a word about the night before. He didn't need to. The look on his face said he knew. I wondered if the others had their own lists, their own additions. Maybe the rules were different depending on what you'd seen or survived. That afternoon, I got my next assignment. Maintenance run along the base trail near Black Rock Hollow. The map had a small note scribbled next to it in Hendricks' handwriting. Stay on the trail. If you hear bells, turn around and come back. That wasn't on any of my lists. I was halfway into the hike when I first heard them, faint at first, almost like wind chimes in the distance, barely audible over the rustling leaves. I stopped walking and listened harder. There it was again, a soft, high-pitched jingling, like tiny metal bells swaying gently. Not rhythmic, not coming from any single direction. The trees around me were quiet, no birds, no insects, not even the distant hum of wind through the branches, just the bells. I remembered the note, turn around and come back. But curiosity has always been my weakness. I kept walking. I know how stupid that sounds now. I had learned better. But something about the sound, it didn't feel dangerous. It felt almost inviting, like something calling gently from just out of view. As I followed the trail, the sound grew louder. Not urgent, just clearer. Like whatever was making the bells was no longer trying to hide. The trail curved sharply around a rocky slope, and just beyond the bend, I saw movement through the trees. A figure. Small, frail. It wore a long cloak, pale gray and ragged at the edges. I couldn't make out its face, but the bells were definitely coming from it. Dozens of tiny silver bells stitched into the fabric of the cloak, swaying with each movement. It stood still, facing away from me, unmoving. Then slowly it lifted one arm and pointed into the woods. Not down the trail, off the trail. I froze. The pointing continued, a silent gesture, patient, expectant. Every warning I'd been given screamed in my head. Do not leave the trail. Do not follow. I backed away a step, then another. The bells stopped. I blinked. The figure was gone. I didn't waste another second. I turned and walked quickly back the way I came. I didn't run. Running felt like a mistake, like it might follow. I just walked, my eyes locked forward, trying to ignore the feeling of something watching me from the trees. Back at the station, I didn't mention what I saw to Hendricks. He didn't ask. But later that night, I found another note slipped under my door. New rule. If you hear bells, do not approach. Do not follow. Return immediately. You may only see the bellkeeper once. Only once. It didn't say what happened if you saw them twice. That evening, I sat outside the station, just beyond the porch light, staring up at the fire watchtower. The top level was quiet, dark, the windows like blank eyes staring down at the forest. Another rule. Do not look directly at the fire watchtower after midnight. If you see lights on, close your eyes and count to 10 before looking away. I hadn't broken that one yet. But the tower gave me a bad feeling. It had been empty for months, Hendricks told me. No one assigned to it. It was too unstable. The stairs halfway up were rotted through, the radio long since disconnected. Still, some nights I swore I saw shadows moving at the top. The next few days were quiet. I patrolled during daylight, kept close to the station after dark, and followed every rule like gospel. I checked and double-checked every lock. Every flashlight had fresh batteries. I kept my jacket zipped and my boots laced tight. But I never felt safe. Not really. Because I had started to notice something else, something no one had told me about. Every night I saw the same deer. Always at the edge of the tree line, always completely still, watching. Its antlers were too symmetrical, its eyes too dark. It never moved. Not even when I tried to get closer. I'd blink, and it would be gone. I hadn't broken the rule about the deer. I had not turned my back. I had not broken eye contact, but I could feel it waiting for me to slip up, just once. I started writing down everything in a notebook. Not just the rules, but what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. A log of sorts. I figured if something happened to me, maybe someone else could learn from it. Then came the storm. The sky turned black around 5 in the evening. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain came down in sheets. Lightning split the sky in jagged lines. I stayed inside, watching from the window as the forest writhed under the storm's fury. At 7, the power flickered. At 7:05, it went out. And then, at 7:15, I saw it. The fire watchtower. Lit up. The top level glowing with a soft yellow light, swaying as the wind battered the structure. A silhouette moved behind the glass, slow and deliberate. I did not look away. I could not. Then the lights flickered, turned red. The rule. If the sky turns red, lie flat on the ground and do not breathe. My mind scrambled. This wasn't the sky, was it, or was it? The light from the tower bled into the storm clouds, painting the sky above it a deep, unnatural crimson. I dropped to the floor and held my breath. I stayed on the floor for what felt like forever. My chest burned almost immediately, but I didn't move. I didn't dare breathe. I counted silently in my head, unsure what number I was even aiming for. There was no clock, no sense of time, just red light bleeding through the storm and the pounding of rain against the windows. Every muscle in my body was screaming by the time the glow faded. First from the sky, then from the tower. It didn't flicker off like a normal light. It disappeared all at once, like someone had pulled a plug on reality itself. When the light vanished, the wind dropped suddenly, the rain slowed, and just like that, the storm was gone. It didn't pass gradually like storms usually do. It stopped. No thunder, no drizzle, no wind, just silence. I stayed on the floor a while longer, afraid that if I stood up too fast I'd draw something's attention. Eventually, I forced myself upright. My knees cracked, and my lungs ached, but I was alive. I had followed the rule. I had not looked away. I had not breathed. I spent the rest of the night by the window, staring out at the dark tree line, waiting for something else to go wrong, but nothing happened. No whistles, no deer. Just a heavy silence and the smell of ozone lingering in the air. At some point, I drifted off in the chair. When I woke, the sun was up and the world looked normal again, but I didn't feel normal. I wrote it all down, every detail. My notebook was starting to fill up fast, page after page of rules, updates, observations, and warnings. I didn't know if anyone else would ever read it. But it helped keep me grounded. It helped me remember that the things I saw were real, and not just my mind playing tricks. That afternoon, Hendricks found me sitting on the front steps of the station, staring at the tower. He didn't say anything at first, just sipped his coffee, eyes on the same spot. "Lights came on last night," I said, barely above a whisper. He nodded once. "That's the third time this year." I turned to look at him, but his face didn't change. "What's up there?" He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "It's not about what's up there. It's about what used to be." He left it at that. I didn't ask more, not yet. Some part of me knew the answers would come eventually, whether I wanted them or not. That night, a new sound woke me up. Not a whistle, not bells. Knocking. 3 slow, heavy knocks at the front door of the ranger station. I didn't move. My body went still, heart hammering so hard it felt like I might pass out. I waited, hoping it was just the wind. But then it came again. 3 knocks, measured, deliberate. I crept over to the window and peeked out. There was a man standing at the door. He wore a ranger uniform, same as mine, same as Hendricks, but I knew instantly it wasn't him. The man's head was tilted too far to the side, like his neck couldn't hold the weight. His arms hung loosely, unnaturally long, the sleeves too short for how far down his fingers reached. He wasn't moving. Then his head jerked up, and I ducked, fast. I didn't see his face, but I didn't need to. I remembered the rule. If a man in a park ranger uniform asks for help past sunset, do not follow him. He wasn't asking for help, yet. I backed away from the window, holding my breath. The knocking didn't return, but neither did the figure leave. I sat in silence, lights off, phone in hand, even though I knew it wouldn't work. I stayed that way until just before sunrise. When I finally dared to look again, the figure was gone. No footprints, no sign of anyone at all. I didn't sleep the rest of that day. I just sat at the kitchen table, going over every rule, every note, every strange encounter. I started to realize that none of this was isolated. It was connected. Each rule felt like a barrier, a thread holding the entire park together. And I had the sense that if even one of those threads snapped, the whole thing might unravel. I wrote another entry in my notebook. New rule: if you hear knocking past midnight, do not answer. Do not look out the window. Do not move until sunrise. That evening, I joined Hendrix for coffee on the back porch. We didn't talk at first. Then he asked, "What did you see last night?" I told him, "Not everything, but enough." He nodded. "That one shows up when the veil gets thin. The tower lights are a warning. They don't always come on in time." I asked him why we were still there, why any of us were. He looked down at his hands. "Because someone has to be." That night, I walked the perimeter of the station with a flashlight, making sure every door and window was locked. I felt like I was preparing for a siege. The forest was too quiet. Even the usual rustling of branches and the hoots of distant owls were gone. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the bells again. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. I didn't go looking for them this time. I closed the door, turned off the lights, and sat on the floor with my back to the wall, counting the seconds. The sound didn't come closer. It just hovered at the edge of hearing, like it was waiting for me to change my mind. Eventually it faded. The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence. By the time the sun came up, I was already packed. Not to leave, just to be ready. I didn't know what for, but something was coming. I could feel it. And for the first time since I arrived at Warden's Reach, I wasn't sure if the rules would be enough. Because something out there had learned I was listening. And now, it was knocking. I had started to keep the ranger station fully lit every night, every lamp, every porch light, even the old halogen flood out back that buzzed like it was shorting out. I didn't care. I needed light, and I needed noise. I kept the radio on, even if all it gave me was static. Silence had begun to feel like a warning. Hendrix didn't question my routine. He knew. We had both seen what waited in the dark, and I think we both understood the lights were not for comfort. They were a defense. On the 7th night after the storm, I woke up from a nightmare I could not remember. Heart hammering, sweat soaking through my shirt. The room was cold, unnaturally cold. The kind of cold that sinks into your bones, not from a broken heater, but from something else, something wrong. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not rot, not ozone. Pine. Too strong, too sharp, like someone had poured sap into the ventilation. My head throbbed. My mouth was dry. Then I heard it. A single chime. One bell. Clear, delicate, close. I froze. I had not heard bells this near before. Always distant, always cautious. This one had been right outside the door. I slowly reached for the flashlight at my side, clicked it on, and scanned the room. Nothing, but the scent of pine clung to the air. I got up, pulled on a jacket, and checked the windows. All shut, no figures, no eyes in the trees. Then came the second chime, this time from behind the cabin. I didn't look. I sat back down and waited, breathing shallow, fingers wrapped tight around the handle of the flashlight. The third chime never came. Instead, there was a knock. 3 times. Slow, hollow. I did not move. I did not breathe. Eventually, the knock faded, the air warmed slightly, and the scent disappeared. But I never saw what had come that night, and I never wanted to. In the morning, Hendrix was already outside when I stepped out. He didn't say anything, just tossed me a new envelope, a single sheet of paper inside. New rule: if you hear 3 bells and a knock, do not respond. Do not investigate. Remain inside until sunrise. The bellkeeper is not alone. That was new. It meant there were more, that something had changed, that things were starting to escalate. The rest of the day passed slowly. Every shadow felt longer. Every gust of wind seemed to whisper. The trees watched. I knew it. They always had. But now they were waiting. Later that afternoon, I was sent out to check on one of the southern towers, Tower 7, a place no one liked to visit. Hendrix told me plainly, if the stairs are wet, don't climb them. Come back. Let the tower be. That was the rule. Simple. I added it to my notebook. The hike was about 2 hours each way, over uneven ground and narrow trails. I moved quickly, wanting to finish before dusk. The sky was already changing when I reached the tower. It was tall, blackened from years of weather. The steps groaned as I tested the first few. Dry, at least for now. I climbed slowly. The top platform creaked under my boots. The door was ajar. I knocked. No one answered. I stepped inside. It was empty. Just a chair, a table, and the old radio set. Everything coated in dust except the chair. It had recently been used. Worn spots on the arms. A thermos still warm on the table. But no one there. I checked the radio. Dead. Then I saw it. On the wall, etched with something sharp. Words. You broke the time. I stepped back. The words were still fresh, the edges clean. I had not broken any time rule. Not yet, but maybe someone had. Or maybe something was telling me what came next. I left the tower in a hurry, not bothering to secure the door. As I climbed down, I noticed the first few steps had become slick, wet. I moved faster, boots slipping once before I caught myself. At the bottom, I turned back. There was no tower. Just trees. The structure was gone. In its place stood an old oak, gnarled and wide, its trunk charred like it had been struck by lightning a long time ago. I ran. I do not remember how I got back, only that I did. My legs burned, my lungs ached, and my throat was raw from screaming even though I never made a sound. That night, I wrote 2 new rules in the notebook. 1. If Tower 7 disappears, do not look for it again. It will not be a tower next time. 2. If you see writing on the walls, do not read it out loud. Some messages are meant to be heard only in silence. I didn't sleep. I just watched the woods. The deer came again, this time closer, right at the edge of the light. It blinked. And I knew. It was not a deer anymore. It was watching me with human eyes. They were wrong. Flat, curious, familiar. They looked like mine. I stood at the window until morning, hand on the flashlight, back against the wall. The next day, Hendricks handed me a small metal box. Inside was a mirror, a compass, and an old map that looked hand-drawn. "You're going to need these," he said. I asked him why. He just shook his head. Because the path isn't straight anymore. He was right. That evening, the paths around the station had changed. Trails I had walked for weeks now bent differently. Trees had moved. Landmarks were gone or rearranged. The forest was shifting, and it wanted me to follow. But I did not. I stood at the edge of the trees, mirror in one hand, compass in the other, and whispered a rule to myself like a prayer. Do not follow paths that did not exist yesterday, because some trails do not lead out. They only go deeper. The forest no longer felt like a place. It felt like a presence, a thing that watched, listened, and remembered. Every step I took was followed by the feeling of being observed, not by animals, but by the land itself. It had become quiet in a different way now, not the kind of quiet where everything is calm, but the kind where something is waiting. The birds had stopped singing days ago. Even the wind was hesitant. That morning, Hendricks handed me a new note, one without his usual calm explanation. It just said, "Do not answer the door if it knocks 3 times and says your name, no matter what voice it uses. No matter what it promises." I didn't ask questions. I didn't have to. Something in his eyes said he had heard the knock before, maybe even answered it. The cabin felt like a trap now, a safe one, but a trap all the same. I kept the windows closed, the lights on, and the rules close. The notebook I had been keeping was now worn thin, pages bent, corners frayed. I had written so much in it, not just rules but accounts, proof that I had survived things I never thought were possible. Things that couldn't be real, but they were, every single one. That night the fog returned. It rolled in like a wave, slow and heavy, curling through the trees and swallowing up the lights. I could barely see a foot past the porch, and the glow of the floodlight only made it worse, turning the fog into a glowing wall. I shut it off. Better to sit in darkness than to give the fog something to reflect back at me. Then came the knock. 3 slow taps. And then a voice. My mother's voice. "Sweetheart," it called gently, "I need your help." I sat frozen on the floor, back pressed to the wall, eyes locked on the door. She had been gone for years, long before I ever came to Warden's Reach. I knew it was not her. I knew better. The voice came again, trembling now. "Please, I'm cold. I can't find my way back." Then something changed. The doorknob twisted. Not violently, softly, like it was trying not to wake me. I gripped the mirror Hendricks had given me and held it up toward the door, its silver back catching what little light was left in the room. The knob stopped turning, and the voice fell silent. The mirror, somehow, had stopped it. I added another line to my notebook that night. If the knock comes, do not move. If it uses your name, hold up the mirror. It fears what it cannot see. The next day, I found tracks outside the station. Not boot prints, hooves, but they were too far apart, too large. Whatever left them was moving fast and was too big to be natural. They led from the edge of the woods to the back of the station and then vanished, right where the power lines ended. I followed the trail to where it stopped, then stood perfectly still. The wind moved through the trees above, but the ground beneath me was silent. No birds, no insects, not even a rustle. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something move. A branch. No, not a branch. An antler. The deer. It stood no more than 20 feet away, body hidden behind thick underbrush, just the top of its head visible, watching, still. I turned slowly, never breaking eye contact. 1 step back, then another. I didn't run, and I didn't blink. When I reached the cabin again, it was gone. Not the deer. The cabin. In its place stood a mirror of it, but wrong, slightly taller, windows stretched too wide, door too small. The lights inside flickered, but I had not turned them on. I didn't go in. I waited. Eventually, I turned and walked the long way back through the path I knew, the one I had mapped out dozens of times. When I got back to the real cabin, Hendricks was waiting on the porch, rifle in hand. He didn't speak. He just nodded once and gestured to the sky. The sun was setting, but the clouds above it were red. Not like a storm, not like a fire, but blood red. And then came the scream. Not from the forest, from the tower. The fire watch tower, the one that had not been manned for years, the one whose stairs were rotted and broken. The scream echoed through the trees like it had come from the very top, long and shrill, and filled with something beyond pain. It wasn't human, but it knew how to sound like one. I reached for my radio and heard static, not white noise, not silence, something between. A voice layered under it, whispering. Not words I understood, just sounds, shapes, the feeling of something crawling behind your ears. I dropped the radio. That night, no rules were written. None were followed. The lights inside the cabin flickered. The walls groaned like the forest was pushing against them. And when the knocking came again, it was not just one voice, it was many. All speaking at once, all asking to be let in. I covered my ears and shut my eyes. But the voices stayed, whispering, begging, mocking. They knew me now. They knew my name. And I was starting to think they always had. The voices stayed with me long after the sun came up. Even in the daylight, the memory of them lingered like smoke on my skin. I kept expecting to hear that knock again, to hear someone else calling my name in a voice that wasn't theirs. But as morning stretched across Warden's Reach, and the light seeped back into the trees, the forest returned to stillness. Birds chirped again. Wind danced through the leaves like it always had. But nothing felt the same. That day, Hendricks handed me a new list. This one was typed, printed on clean paper, like it was meant to be official, but there was something final about it. It wasn't a list of warnings or daily instructions. It was a list of closures, things that had changed, rules that were no longer needed. The first item on it read, "The fire watchtower has been sealed." I asked him what that meant. He said nothing, just gave me a long look and walked away. By now, I had stopped expecting answers. Everything in this place existed without explanation, like it had always been this way and always would be. The rules were a language, not a manual. You did not need to understand them. You just had to obey. But something had changed. Something in me. I was tired, not the kind of tired that sleep could fix, the kind that lived in your bones, the kind that made every sound feel louder than it should, every shadow seem longer. My notebook had grown thick with notes, sketches, and scribbled thoughts written during panic, but it all felt like a puzzle I was never meant to solve, just survive. And then came the final test. It started with a transmission on the station's old emergency radio, one I hadn't touched in weeks. The voice on the other end was weak and trembling, barely a whisper under the static. "Anyone. Copy. Fire tower. Need help." I looked at the tower through the station window, still dark, still broken, but I knew what I heard, and more importantly, I remembered the rule. Do not respond to calls from the fire tower. But something in me hesitated. What if it was someone real this time? What if someone was actually up there? I turned the radio off and stepped outside. The air was cold, still. The forest was watching. I could feel it, not with hostility, but with interest, like it was waiting to see what I would do. I walked to the edge of the path that led to the tower. The ground was wet from last night's rain, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. I stared at the broken stairway, the collapsed wood and rusted rails. No one could be up there, not physically. But the voice had been so clear. I took one step onto the path. The wind picked up. Another step. The radio in the cabin crackled to life behind me. I turned, heart hammering. No one was near it, no hand on the dial, but I could hear my voice. "Help me," it said. It was my voice, but not me. The same tone, the same rhythm, but flat, lifeless. "Help me," it repeated. I stepped back. The voice changed. "Do not leave, do not leave, do not leave." It chanted, faster now, more desperate. I turned and ran, not toward the tower, not toward the woods. Toward the garage, where Hendricks kept the only working vehicle. He was waiting for me there. "I'm leaving," I said. He nodded once. "You've seen what you needed to see." "I don't want to understand it," I told him. "I just want to be done." "You are," he said quietly. "Is it over?" I asked. He didn't answer, but he opened the garage door. I drove, fast, no looking back. The trees on either side of the road blurred by, their shapes stretching tall and thin like watching figures. The moment I passed the old rusted gate at the park's entrance, I felt it lift. The weight, the eyes, the breath I didn't know I was holding finally escaped my lungs. Warden's Reach was behind me. 2 hours later, I hit the highway. By the next day, I was home. But the rules followed. Not in writing, not in the form of whispers or monsters, but in habit. I still locked every door at sunset. I still checked every window twice. I still avoided mirrors after midnight. And when I heard whistling, even if it was just whined through a vent, I turned off the lights and waited for it to stop. You do not leave a place like that unchanged. You do not walk away whole. A week passed before I dared look at my notebook again. I flipped through it, rereading the things I had written. Some entries were shaky, the words barely legible from the way my hands had trembled. Some were drawings of faces I had seen for only seconds. Some were things I did not remember writing. But the last page had only one sentence, written in handwriting that was not mine. You kept them in. That was all. No name, no date, Just that. I burned the notebook that night, not out of fear, but because it felt right. Some things should not be carried. Months have passed now. I live in a small town near the ocean, far from forests, far from rules. I do not work as a ranger anymore. I sell hardware. I wake up with the sun and go to bed with the stars. I have a dog named Booker who sleeps at my feet. The world feels normal again. But some nights, when the wind is right, I swear I hear bells. And sometimes, when I blink too slowly, I see her, the woman in white. But I do not speak to her. I do not approach, and I do not let her see me blink. The rules still live in me, not as commands, but as scars. And every scar tells a story. Mine says this: I went to Warden's Reach. I followed the rules, and I survived. But I never went back. My name is Adam. I am 25 years old, and if I had to describe my life in one word, it would be average. I work a pretty typical office job, 9 to 5, nothing exciting. I live alone, not because I hate people or anything, but just because I like my space. I am not rich, not even close, but I make enough to keep a small apartment and take the occasional trip when I need to escape the repetition. Traveling became my thing over the years. Not some dream of seeing the world or anything poetic like that, but I always had this goal in the back of my mind, to at least visit every continent once and meet people from different backgrounds. I was curious. That was it. I wanted to try food I could not pronounce and walk through streets where no one spoke English. That kind of thing. By the time I turned 24, I had already been to 28 countries, mostly Europe and South America, a few in Africa, a couple across Asia. But I had never been to Southeast Asia, and for some reason, that stuck with me. I kept bouncing between two choices, Bhutan or Indonesia. I had heard amazing things about both. Bhutan with its quiet mountain towns and strict tourism limits, Indonesia with its lush islands and strange, humid jungles. Eventually, I went with Bhutan. It seemed more manageable, smaller, a place I could explore quickly and then maybe catch a short flight into India or Sri Lanka afterward. I booked a round-trip ticket to Paro International Airport, checked into a modest hotel in Thimphu, took a long nap, and woke up just in time to wander out into the city after dark. At around 8 in the evening, I went to a little lounge bar tucked between two other buildings on a narrow street. It was quiet inside. I sat at the counter and ordered something local. Not a clue what it was called. It tasted sweet and strong. Somewhere around my second or third drink, a man sat beside me and struck up a conversation. His name was Dawa. He was in his 30s maybe, friendly in that calm way where you feel like he knows something you do not. We talked about nothing for a while. Food, weather, travel. He asked me where I was staying, and I told him. I probably should not have, but I was relaxed and maybe a little buzzed. He gave me his number, just in case I needed help with directions or anything. I thought that was nice. By the time I left the bar, it was close to midnight. The streets were mostly empty. I had this brief moment of panic when I realized I had no idea how to get back to my hotel. My phone was completely dead, and I had not written down the name or address. It was stupid, I know that, but it happened. There were no taxis anywhere, just empty roads and soft streetlights, and a few dogs lying in the middle of the sidewalk. I stood there for a while, trying to remember the way, before giving up and just walking in whatever direction felt familiar. After maybe 20 minutes of wandering, I gave up on finding my hotel and just looked for any hotel. I needed a bed and a charger. That was it. Eventually, I spotted a place down a side road. It did not even have a sign I could read. But there was a front desk and a tired-looking woman who gave me a key to room 34 without asking too many questions. The building looked old but well kept. My room was on the 3rd floor. It was small and had this oddly sterile air freshener smell that reminded me of dentist offices. Inside, there was a single bed, a mini fridge, a little wooden desk, a fan, a small window with thick curtains, and a television that looked about 20 years old. I tossed my bag down and collapsed onto the bed without bothering to check anything. That was when I saw the paper. It was neatly folded and placed on the pillow, like it was waiting for me. I picked it up and read it slowly, thinking it was some list of hotel policies or emergency instructions. Instead, it said this: "Welcome, guest. For a comfortable and safe stay, please follow these rules exactly. Rule 1. If your bed begins to shake during the night, do not panic. Go into the bathroom immediately and stay there until you hear a loud shriek. Only then may you return to bed. Rule 2. If you wake up and see someone standing beside your bed eating something, remain perfectly still. Observe what they are eating. If it is a human body part, make and maintain eye contact. Do not move. If it is anything else, you have 40 seconds to run to the bathroom, retrieve the hammer taped under the sink, smash the mirror, cut your wrist slightly, and sprinkle your blood on the figure. It will vanish. Rule 3. If you hear screaming in the hallway, do not open the door. Do not look through the keyhole. If you do not see it, it cannot hurt you. Rule 4. Keep the curtains closed at all times. If you hear scratching on the window, open the curtains and look directly into the creature's eyes. Do not show fear. When it roars and disappears, you are safe. Rule 5. No matter what you see, hear, or feel, do not leave the room until 6 in the morning. The entities will try to convince you otherwise. They will imitate loved ones in distress. Do not open the door. Rule 6. If you hear your name called from the bathroom, use the hammer or the pistol taped under the bed to end your life quickly. The alternative is much worse. Do not ignore this. Rule 7. If the toilet flushes on its own, get under the bed immediately. A creature may enter the room and investigate. Remain still. If you are lucky, it will leave after another flush. Rule 8. The phone in the room cannot make calls. If it rings, do not answer. The sound that follows will cause bleeding and potentially irreversible damage. I read the list twice. My first reaction was to laugh, but something about the tone, cold, direct, no jokes or warning signs. Just then, I heard a light scratching against the window. I froze. I did not want to move. Every instinct in my body told me not to, but the scratching continued, slow and steady, like someone dragging their fingernails across glass. My hands were already sweating. I remembered the 4th rule. If you hear scratching on the room window, open the curtains and look the morbid creature directly in its eyes. Fear motivates it. Do not flinch. I stood up carefully. The room was dead silent except for the sound at the window. I reached for the curtains. My fingers felt like they belonged to someone else. I pulled the fabric aside, slowly. And there it was. The thing standing outside the window was tall enough that I could only see from its chest up. It looked like a twisted blend of man and beast. Thick black fur covered its body, but the face was something else entirely. The eyes glowed bright green, too bright for this world. Its snout was long, lined with jagged teeth. It looked part wolf, part bear, and completely wrong. It stared at me. I locked eyes with it. My jaw clenched so hard I thought my teeth might crack. I did not move. I did not breathe. The thing leaned closer, pressing its massive face against the glass. Its breath fogged the window. Then it roared. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard. A deep, guttural howl that shook the walls and sent a jolt of cold panic down my spine. I fell backward, my knees buckling from the force. But the creature had already turned away, vanishing into the darkness like it had never been there. I sat there for a while, trying to slow my breathing. My heart felt like it was trying to claw its way out of my chest. I checked the curtains again. Nothing. Just a dark, quiet street outside. I climbed back onto the bed, still fully clothed, and pulled the thin blanket over me. My body was trembling. I did not even try to fall asleep. I knew it would not happen. I stared at the ceiling, watching the faint shadows shift across the room. Then the phone rang. A sharp, shrill sound that shattered the silence. I stared at it, 1 ring, 2 rings. I counted to 5 in my head. I did not touch it. Eventually it stopped, but the ringing had left a buzz in my ears. The silence afterward felt even louder. Then I heard the toilet flush. That sound hit differently. The rules came rushing back. If the toilet flushes on its own, hide under the bed immediately. I slid off the mattress and crawled underneath, heart pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. The space under the bed was cramped, dusty. I could barely turn my head. I waited. Something entered the room. I could hear it moving, the sound of claws scraping against the wooden floor. Slow, heavy steps, sniffing. It was smelling the air like it was hunting. I saw thick, matted fur moving past the edge of the bed frame. I shut my eyes and prayed it would not check underneath. Then I felt something brush against my leg. I almost screamed. It grabbed me and dragged me out in one sudden pull. I hit the floor hard, choking on panic. I opened my eyes and came face to face with another creature. This one looked less like the thing from the window and more like something from a nightmare. A tall, bent figure covered in dark fur, with twisted legs and yellow eyes that burned like fire. It sniffed me once, then again, then tossed me across the room like I weighed nothing. I crashed into the wall and dropped to the ground, dazed, but alive. The creature did not attack again. Instead, it turned, walked back into the bathroom and shut the door behind it. Then the toilet flushed. I did not move until my breathing slowed. I dragged myself onto the bed and just laid there staring at the door. I was done pretending this was all a joke. Every part of me ached, and the fear was so deep in my bones it felt permanent. I must have passed out at some point. Maybe I blacked out. I do not know. But the next thing I remember was light spilling through the window and birds chirping outside. It was morning. I stood up and checked the room. The bathroom was empty. No signs of the creature. The curtains were still drawn. The paper with the rules was gone. The bed looked like it had not been touched. I grabbed my bag and ran. I rushed down the stairs, past the front desk, but no one was there. The entire building felt abandoned. I pushed through the front doors and stepped out into the street, breathing in the morning air like it might cleanse me. I turned to look back at the hotel, but what I saw stopped me cold. It was not the hotel. The building was charred black, half collapsed, no lights, no signs, no windows. Just a burnt-out ruin with a strange stone sculpture at the top, shaped like a horned figure with wings spread wide. I do not know how I missed that last night. I backed away slowly, heart pounding again. Then I ran. I did not stop until I reached a cafe I remembered passing the night before. I charged my phone there and called Dawa, the guy from the bar. He picked up on the second ring. I told him everything. Every detail. He laughed at first, then saw my face and stopped. He agreed to meet me. An hour later we were standing in front of the ruins. I showed him the building. He looked at it like he had never seen it before. I told him everything again, slower this time. He listened, nodding, but something in his expression changed. Then he said something I still cannot forget. This place used to be a church, not the normal kind. They worshipped something else here. It burned down 20 years ago. No one goes near it anymore. I asked him how I could have stayed there. He just shook his head. I could not make sense of it. I do not remember much of what I said after Dawa told me about the church. I think I just stared at the blackened building, trying to piece together something that made sense. There was nothing to go on, no signs. No staff, just that burned-out structure with a horned figure watching from the rooftop like it had always been there. We stood in silence for a while. Dawa kept giving me these strange sideways glances like he was trying to decide whether or not I had lost my mind. I do not blame him. I felt the same way. I asked him again if he was sure about what he said, about the place being a church. He nodded, but more hesitantly this time. It was a long time ago, he said. Before I was even born, my uncle used to talk about it. Said weird things happened there. People went missing. One time someone found a goat tied to the altar with its eyes cut out. I almost laughed, but not in a funny way. It was more like I could not figure out what to do with my face. I did not know if I should be terrified or just walk away and never think about this again. He told me not to go near it. I assured him I had no intention of doing that. Then I asked him if he could help me get back to my actual hotel, the one I had originally booked. He said he would. The walk there was quiet. I kept looking over my shoulder, even though the streets were bright and full of people. It was weird how fast things returned to normal. Just a few hours earlier, I was hiding under a bed from some creature that smelled like rot and had hands the size of frying pans. Now I was walking past people selling fruit and children playing soccer in the alleyways. Back at my original hotel, I collapsed on the bed and tried to sleep, but I could not. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw green, glowing eyes at the window or heard the toilet flushing by itself. I kept checking the bathroom, just to be sure. Eventually, I called the airline and moved my flight up. I told them there was a family emergency. They did not ask for details. I had 2 more days left on my original itinerary, but I could not do it. I could not stay in this city another night. When I finally boarded the plane, I felt a small sense of relief. Not full relief, but enough to breathe a little easier. I stared out the window as we took off and watched the buildings shrink beneath us. I thought about the room again, about how the entire place had vanished the next morning. I still had the paper with the rules folded in my jacket pocket. I had no idea why I kept it, but something about throwing it away felt wrong. When I got home, I tried to go back to normal. Work, groceries, talking to people like everything was fine, but I could not stop thinking about it. I would be in the middle of typing out an email and then remember the sound of claws scraping across the floor. Or I would hear the pipes in my own apartment and freeze, heart racing, expecting something to crawl out of the bathroom. Then the dreams started. The first one was not that bad. I was just walking through a hallway lined with doors. At the end was a room with a single bed and a window. The curtains were drawn. I walked closer. I could hear scratching. I woke up drenched in sweat. The next night was worse. I was back in the room, the same bed, the same layout. But this time there was someone standing beside the bed. I could not see their face, just the outline. They were eating something. I tried to move, but I was stuck in place. When I finally looked down, I saw what they were holding. It was a hand, a human hand, fingers still twitching. I woke up screaming. By the end of the week, I had started sleeping with the lights on. I could not explain it to anyone. I tried telling one of my friends. I left out the monsters and the rules. Just told him I had ended up in the wrong place while traveling, and that something messed with my head. He nodded, but kept glancing at me like he was waiting for me to laugh and say I was joking. Then came the phone call. It was just after midnight. I was still awake, watching some old movie on low volume. My phone rang. The screen said unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. There was no voice, just static, a low buzzing hiss like something crawling across the wires. I pulled the phone away from my ear. My head started to throb. I could hear a high-pitched tone buried under the noise. It made my teeth ache. I ended the call and turned the phone off. I sat in silence for a while, then reached into my jacket and pulled out the folded paper. The same rules, the same terrible instructions. I reread each one, slowly, word by word. I thought about that night, about what would have happened if I had picked up the phone while I was still in the room, or if I had ignored the toilet flush, or broken eye contact with the thing at the window. The rules were not just strange, they were precise, measured. Each one had a purpose. I wondered who had written them, and how many people had not followed them. I told myself it was over, that it had to be, but the fear would not leave. It was stuck to me now, like smoke on clothes. I could still feel it even in the middle of the day. I kept the lights on every night. I kept the bathroom door shut, always. And I never opened the curtains after dark. After the phone call, I didn't sleep for almost 30 hours. I tried, but every time I got close, I would jerk awake. Sure, I had heard scratching or whispering or some weird echo of that high-pitched tone. I started walking laps around my apartment. Not because it helped, but because I didn't know what else to do. My apartment started to feel like that hotel room. Every corner, every sound, it all felt off. The bathroom light would flicker once in a while. Sometimes I would hear a soft knock on the wall next to my bed, like someone gently tapping from the other side. I moved out a week later. I told my landlord I was relocating for work. Packed up my stuff in one day and left. I did not even have a new apartment lined up. I just booked a cheap extended stay in a different city and drove until I felt like I had put enough distance between me and whatever that place was. It helped, a little. The dreams got less frequent. The paranoia eased up. For a while, I even let myself believe it was all over. Maybe I had hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe the hotel never existed. Maybe that ruined building was just some leftover piece of an old story no one cared about anymore. Then one afternoon I checked my email. The subject line was just my name, first and last, nothing else. The sender was blank. I should have deleted it. I should have just ignored it, but I opened it. Inside was one sentence. Do not break Rule 5. That was it. No context, no explanation, no signature. My stomach dropped. I could barely breathe. I felt like the temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees instantly. I read it again and again. Do not break Rule 5. I tried to remember what Rule 5 was. I had not looked at the paper in days, maybe weeks. I pulled it out of the small drawer where I had stuffed it and unfolded it slowly. Rule 5. Do not leave your room no matter what. The entities will try everything to get you to open the door, even fake the voices of loved ones. Do not open the door until 6 a.m. under any circumstances. That was the one rule I had not needed that night. I had followed it without question. But now it felt like a warning meant for later, like something was waiting. I sat on the edge of the bed and just stared at the wall for a long time. That night I made sure the door to my new room was locked tight. I kept my phone turned off. I checked every corner of the room twice. I even lined the edges of the floor with salt. Not because I believed it would help, but because I needed to feel like I was doing something, anything. At around 3:15 in the morning, I heard a knock at the door. Soft, slow. I froze. My skin went cold. I stared at the door like it might open by itself. Then I heard a voice. It was my mother's voice. Adam, are you in there? Please open the door, sweetheart. Something's happened. She sounded scared, panicked, like she was crying. I stood up before I even realized it. My legs moved on their own. I reached for the doorknob. My fingers touched the cold metal. Then I remembered the rule. It will pretend to be someone you love. I yanked my hand back like I had touched fire. I backed away, shaking my head. The voice kept calling out to me, pleading, begging. It got louder, more frantic, like someone in real pain. But I did not open the door. I sat on the bed, pulled my knees up to my chest, and rocked back and forth like some kid hiding from a nightmare. The voice outside the door changed. First it sounded like my mother, then my brother. Then a friend I hadn't seen in years, all of them asking for help, all of them telling me to open the door. I did not move. Eventually the voices stopped. For a few minutes, everything was dead silent. Then the handle started to turn. It jiggled once, twice. I stared at it, every muscle in my body locked in place. The handle twisted harder, like someone on the other side was trying to force it open. I pressed my back against the headboard and whispered to myself over and over, "Do not open the door. Do not open the door." Then it stopped, and everything went quiet again. I do not know how long I stayed like that, maybe hours. I was still sitting upright when the light outside the window began to shift. When the sun finally rose and filled the room with morning light, I started to cry. Real tears. Heavy, exhausted sobs that racked through me like I had been holding them back for too long. I waited until it was fully light out before I moved. I walked to the door and touched the handle. It was cold, too cold, like metal left in the freezer overnight. I opened the door slowly and peeked into the hallway. It was empty. Everything looked normal. No signs of anything. But I knew something had been there. Later that day, I called my mom. I asked if she had tried to contact me. She said no. I asked if anything had happened the night before. She said everything was fine. Same with my brother. Same with every friend I could think of. I did not tell them what happened. I just needed to hear their voices, make sure they were still them. That was when it hit me. This was not over. I had left the hotel, but something had followed me. The rules were not just for that one night, they were for every night. Wherever I went, whatever city I ran to, it would find me again. I looked down at the paper in my hand, the one I had thought about burning. I could not. I knew I could not, because this list was not a warning anymore. It was survival. I do not know how many times I reread that paper. The rules never changed, but the way I saw them did. At first, they were just part of a terrifying night in a place that should not have existed. Then they were a mystery I could not shake. Now they were something else. A lifeline, a quiet set of instructions in a world that had stopped making sense. I followed them, every single one, even when they didn't seem to apply anymore. I kept my bathroom door shut at all times. I never opened curtains at night. I unplugged the telephone in every room I stayed in. I refused to answer unknown calls. I stopped booking hotels entirely. I only rented apartments, never ground floor, never near alleyways. Always with a lock I could see and touch. Still, every few weeks, something would happen. A knock, a scratching sound, a faint laugh coming from inside the walls. Sometimes I would wake up to find my bed had moved a few inches. Or the bathroom door open when I knew I had closed it. The worst was 3 months later. I was staying in a small apartment outside of Montreal. Quiet neighborhood, good lighting. I felt safe, safer at least. Then, at 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of the toilet flushing. My eyes flew open. My heart nearly stopped. I was already out of bed before I had fully processed what was happening. I dove underneath, like I had done that first night, all those months ago. I stayed completely still, barely breathed. I waited. Footsteps, heavy ones. Something breathing loudly, with a wet, thick sound to it. The same foul odor I remembered filled the air, like wet fur and mold and meat gone bad. Something enormous paced around the room, sniffing, snorting, scratching at the floor. I did not move. Eventually, after what felt like forever, the toilet flushed again. Then silence. I crawled out, slowly. Everything looked the same, but I knew it had been here. Whatever it was still watching, still waiting for me to mess up. That was when I knew I could not live like this forever. I started researching, not just about haunted hotels or ghost sightings or creature lore. I mean deep research. Old forums, digitized newspaper clippings, books on local myths that barely got published. I kept looking for anyone else who had experienced something like this. I found bits and pieces, posts about strange hotels that disappeared by morning, rules left behind on slips of paper, warnings scratched into walls or etched into mirrors. Some stories were almost identical to mine, but they all ended the same way. The person either vanished, went silent, or claimed it had finally stopped. Only one post stood out. It was from nearly 15 years ago, buried in a forgotten message board with no replies. It was short, just a few lines. If you are reading this and you got out, burn the rules, but only after you find the place again, not before. That is the only way to end it. That was it. No name, no context, just that line. At first I did not believe it, but something about it felt real. I knew I could not keep running forever. I had to go back. I booked a flight, not to the same city. That would be impossible. The building was gone. The streets had changed, but I traced my steps as best I could. Landmarks, side roads, places I passed while walking drunk that night. I wandered for hours. Nothing. Then I saw it. A new building, same spot, different shape, modern facade, a glass door with no handle. But carved above the frame, nearly invisible unless you knew where to look, was a small horned face. The same figure that had been on top of the old ruins. My heart almost stopped. I stepped closer. The door opened on its own. Inside was nothing, just a narrow hallway and a single elevator. I got in. The doors closed. No buttons, no floor numbers, just silence. Then it started to move. Down. Deeper and deeper. The air got colder, the lights dimmer, my ears popped. When the doors opened again, I was standing in front of room 34. The same room, same door, same smell. I reached into my pocket. The paper was still there. I unfolded it, fingers trembling. I stepped inside. The room was exactly as I remembered. The cheap air freshener, the dim lighting, the tiny fridge and TV. On the bed, instead of a pillow, was a matchbook and a single piece of charcoal. I understood what I had to do. I placed the paper in the middle of the floor, lit the match, watched it catch slowly. The room did not burn, just the paper. As it curled and blackened, the air grew warm, like something had been lifted, like I had finally exhaled after holding my breath for months. Then, for the first time since this all started, the room felt empty. Truly empty. No presence, no threat, just stillness. The elevator door opened behind me. I stepped inside. This time it went up. When I walked out, I was back on the street. The building was gone. In its place was an open lot. Dirt, some rebar, nothing else. It was over. I do not know how or why it worked. I do not know if it was magic or some curse or some glitch in the fabric of whatever reality this is. But it ended. I have not had a dream since. No knocks. No strange smells. No phone calls. I moved again. Got a new job. A new place. I started sleeping with the lights off. I even opened my curtains last night, just to see the stars. It is hard to explain to people what happened. Most would not believe it. I do not need them to. I know what I went through. I know what I survived. And I know this, if you ever find a strange hotel in the middle of the night, one you do not remember choosing, one with no staff and no working phones, and a piece of paper waiting on your pillow, do not ignore the rules. Do not question them. And whatever you do, never break Rule 5.